So welcome, first of all, to San Francisco Dharma Collective. I'm Michael Owens. So most of you know, but many of you I don't. So this is going to be a day-long retreat, and it's going to be based on this teaching called the Six Dharma Gates to the Sublime. But I'm going to introduce this really quickly, so I don't actually want you to think too much about that right now. So this is a meditation technique. But the thing I want to make really clear about this meditation technique that we're going to do, these six Dharma gates to the sublime, Zhiyi, the guy who wrote this, even he says at the beginning of this is just śamatha-vipaśyanā. This is just Buddhist meditation. Then there's a lot of different ways to do Buddhist meditation. And what he says is, at the beginning of this, is that there's one gate. There's just one direct path to awakening or enlightenment, or however you want to define the goal of this. There's just one way, really. Meditation, in a sense. But then he says, actually, well, then there's two ways. And this is where it's śamatha-vipaśyanā, calming down and insight. And so today's practice is going to be a calming practice and an insight practice. So classic Buddhism in that way, because if you've sat with me before, you know that the idea of Buddhist meditation is that it's interesting because it's one part calming down and one part investigation. And as I often like to say, if Buddhism were only calming down, that would be one thing. And it would be very similar to a lot of other Indian yogic traditions that are about sort of, shutting down the operating system, if you will, moving to a place of stillness, and then maybe even beyond that stillness is liberation, union with the divine, and what have you. But Buddhism isn't just about that side of things. It has this vipassana thing going on. Investigation, basically what I call science, looking around, understanding what's going on here. What's interesting about this, of course, is that if you were to only do investigation, that would be called science. That would be called a microscope and a telescope and all of that, with no calming element. So Western science says that you can do all your experiments in any state of mind that you would like to do those experiments. And that the state of your mind shouldn't affect the experiment. That's what would make it good science if it was just objectively true. Buddhism has a sort of different approach to things where the mind, this sort of uncertainty principle, if you will, the mind is at play in investigation. So there's a union, and in some Buddhist traditions, they do call this yoga or yogacara, the union of shamatha and vipassana, that union of a calming practice with a curious investigative practice. So that's Buddhist meditation. That's my quick little spiel about it. And ultimately, this practice today is just that. So again, there's one gate, there's two gates, there's three gates, there's four gates, there's five gates, there's six gates, which we're going to do today. But he goes on to talk about how there's 7, 8, 9, all the way up to 10, and that ultimately it's all the same thing. What I'm getting at is that Zhiyi, this guy who wrote this book, he is a master of what we would call upaya, skillful means. And he says this whole six gates thing that we're going to do today is just an expedient. It's just a trick, basically, a technique, if you will. So in other words, many of you I know are veteran meditators and have done a lot of shamatha, a lot of vipassana. And so I'm hoping today that this class, especially for even everybody out there, that this session will give you another little tool in your toolbox of meditation for what you're already doing, in other words. So I don't want anybody to think that, I really wouldn't want anybody to think that they should walk away and exclusively do this from now on. Today, this is like an amusement park today. I'm serious. Like I'm going to gamify meditation. I hope some people are excited about that idea of turning meditation into a game. But that's what we're going to do, and all in the name of upaya. So all in the name of expedient means. So that's my kind of top layer of introduction. Also, if you haven't kind of sat with me before, I really welcome questions and ideas and comments. So if anybody, especially with this today, I really don't want to move forward if anybody's like confused about anything, especially when we start to get into the deeper gates, as they're called, because if you're kind of confused about what's going on, I want us to move it on to the next one without you, okay? Okay, so let me introduce the 6 gates real quick, and it'll break down sort of how the day is gonna go. So if you're familiar with Buddhist meditation, once again, you're probably familiar with the classic 4-gate approach. I would presume you were. And that is the 4 foundations of mindfulness, right? So body, sensations, states of mind, and dharmas themselves. This is the kind of classic 4-fold Buddhist meditation. You could call it a kind of stacking, if you will, where you move from one awareness, and then on top of that, the next, on top of that, the next. This is the same thing, but we're gonna add a couple of layers. So here's the 6 gates. And I really kind of wanted to simplify this because it can be rather complex. Zhiyi, the guy that wrote this, he's kind of a pretty heady philosopher. And so if you were interested in this practice and you get his text, it's a little dense, but there's certain ways in which it's not. So for example, the first gate is counting the breaths. And I should clarify, today, the practice today, it is 100% ānāpānasati, breath awareness. So if you didn't get the memo on that, at some point it might have been in the write-up. This is strictly a breath awareness practice today. If you're familiar with your 4 foundations of mindfulness, that means we are only dealing actually with the first foundation, the body, and the aspect of the body that is most apparent to us is the breathing. So we're going to use that as a focus. And so the first gate is going to be counting breaths. Classic technique, not just by Buddhists, but by many meditation teachers, right? So we're going to count breaths, and we're going to do a meditation. And once I kind of give you the overview, we're going to do our first meditation session, and all we're going to do is count breaths. And I'm going to give you a little more background or instructions on how to do that, like not a way to do that, not the way to do that, but a way to do that. And we're gonna work on our counting, and then the second session, we're gonna do the second gate, third gate, fourth gate, fifth gate, sixth gate. So there'll be 6 sessions altogether. Now, what's the first gate? That was my teacher moment, right? But I rarely do that. Many of you might have been like, well, he never does that. But I needed to do that because I do want you all to not fret about numbers. So I want it to be very simple. So the first practice is just counting breaths. All right. The second gate, and again, this is just overview. So, second gate is called following. Following the breath. And if you want a simple understanding of that, it is just following the breath, but not necessarily counting them, just being with them. The third gate, stabilization. So this is what most people would associate with shamatha, this sort of very still, calm state of mind. That is the third gate. There is no movement there in the mind. There is still ānāpānasati. There is still sati or smriti, mindful awareness of ānāpāna, of in and out. That's what ānāpāna means, right? This kind of in and out breathing. There is still awareness of that in the third gate. Again, third gate is stabilization, but it means the mind is an immovable observer of everything else that appears to be moving. But the mind has come to a still place. So first gate, second gate, following. We're always breathing, no, but we want to follow. So we're going to start with counting, then just following, then stabilization. All right. It's always sort of helpful to kind of think 3. We're going to do 3 in the morning, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to do the last 3 gates. So the last 3 gates, the first one is contemplation. This is what you would think of as vipassana, actually. It has a slightly different name in this tradition, but it is insight work. And this is where, moving from the third gate of that stable mind, we will then initiate contemplation of, well, there's going to be a few different things we're going to be contemplating there. I'm not going to bog you down with it now, but it's going to be about contemplating things like impermanence, things like emptiness, things that you've heard of, these ideas that you might have thought about. We're going to be contemplating them in the fourth gate. But you cannot in that way just jump to that fourth gate. It's coming from that still stable mind, the stabilized mind of the third gate. From there, then we're going to be able to turn our attention to the very mind itself, thinking, to the very everything in that way. We're going to be contemplating, vipassana. Okay, up to this point, everything should in a way be kind of familiar to you probably. You might have not have heard it that way, but it should all sound familiar. The fifth gate is where things get Mahayana, Bodhisattva. It's where things get a little technical. So the fifth gate is called Vivartana, turning. And turning is a unique step. And it's a unique step, actually, according to Zhiyi, of the Bodhisattva path of Buddhism. Whereas these kind of earlier Hinayana form of Buddhism sort of ends with just contemplation in that way. Whereas this technique is going to be turning. Allow me to say some very clear words about turning, because it's going to be by far the most complicated of all of these. Turning is about turning one's attention. It's about turning one's awareness. And it's going to sound, especially when I start to say it right now, it's going to sound like I mean, or that he means, or that it means turning away from whatever, the world, objects, and then you might think that it's turning inward. That's going to be a very alluring, tempting way to think of this, that it's turning inward, but it's not turning inward. This whole meditation today, this technique, is about transitioning from one way of thinking, of one way of contemplating, of one way of cognizing, and turning that to a different way of cognizing. And the main default mode way of cognizing is what is called ānāpānasati, object-oriented consciousness. That's the normal default mode way of thinking. You might think of it as subject-object. You might think of it as duality or dualistic thinking, me and it, me and you, here and there, up and down, yes and no, right and left, all of the dualities, but primarily the object-oriented thinking where I'm looking at that pillow, right? Or I'm breathing, I'm doing whatever. Subject-object-oriented thinking. Turning, the fifth gate, is about turning outside of that paradigm. And right now, if you're like, whoa, wait, what was the third gate? If you're getting a little lost, I really don't worry about it, because turning, how can I say this actually? turning, it means something to you now, and it'll mean something different when you are in the third gate and the fourth gate. So we need to get up to the fourth gate, fifth gate before you're like, oh, that's what turning means. But I just wanted you to know where this is going. So we're going to start with counting, and then we're going to just transition to following. And then we're going to transition to stabilizing the mind, and then to contemplating, and then from contemplating to turning, and then we'll get to the sixth gate. The final gate is purification, Vishuddhi. Now, I know I'm not the biggest fan of the language of purity. I'm really not. So I don't want anybody to think I'm into that idea, but I am into what he's talking about in terms of purification. So purification today, what this means, what Vishuddhi or Parivishuddhi, what this means today, another default mode way of thinking is regarding the phenomena of the world, including people, objects, things, ideas, you name it, all dharmas, all phenomena. The mind has a tendency to hierarchify dharmas. These ones are good, these ones are bad, these ones are pretty, these ones are ugly, these ones are useful, these ones are harmful. So dividing dharmas into different hierarchies of value and what have you. Purification in Buddhism, or at least in this tradition, means a purified dharma eye. You might have heard this phrase in Buddhism. Purifying one's dharma eye means all dharmas are understood to be just that. All dharmas equal. No one is better than the other. They are all different, but the idea that there's better or worse, maybe that's got the mind in a net. And so a purified dharma eye is about looking at phenomena a lot like you might look at or think about words. Aren't all words sort of all like just words? At the level of like phonic sound word languages. Now, they're not all the same, right? Because when I use a word, you know I don't mean that other word, I mean that word. But there's also a way of looking at sound and words and language as it's all just like a computer, ones and zeros. It has the appearance of better and worse, but at the underlying level, it's just this language matrix. And it's kind of actually silly to get worked up about one word over another word or what have you. Whereas the wise mind understands words are all equally words. Well, there's a way of approaching dharmas, phenomena, as level in that way. And this is where they talk about a pure land. In Buddhism, you know, they talk about pure lands that have no big mountains and no gorges and deep valleys. And then everybody thinks the Pure Land Buddhists are like flat earthers because they don't believe in that, when really what they're talking about are these highs and lows of mania, right? Really excited and then really depressed and then really excited. And then we have this really wild way of thinking about life and pleasure where it's like, I got to get back to that big high because that's happiness, without realizing that that comes with the trough of the low, and that the real sweet spot of everything is in the equanimity. It's in that middle zone, because that's actually where that stabilized mind rests. All right, that's my introduction to the introduction, because we haven't even started yet. Any questions about that? Again, I don't want to move forward unless everybody's like, all right, got it. 6 gates, you've heard them. Another quick word about Zhiyi and this technique. So, today, because of the Daylong retreat, we're going to do what is called the sequential approach. And so you might have already presumed that that was what it was, that you go from counting to following to stabilization, and then contemplation turning purification. You might think that that's the only way to do it, but no, it's just that, he even talks about this, it's really funny. It's about how like numbers have this strange like thing about them that they almost like make you go sequential, like 1, 6, 4, 3, 2, 7. Why not? No, we like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And so there's just a way in which he recognizes that the mind likes sequence, but it doesn't need to be that way. And so all 6 of these gates, by the way, can be a practice all by themselves, and he has a chapter, or actually chapters about how to do that. We're not doing that, but we are going to do the sequential approach. So in a few more minutes, bear with me, please. Let me explain how this is going to go. This is what I said earlier, I intimated earlier about, I'm going to gamify this a little bit. And it lends itself to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do, in moments, we're going to do our first session of counting. And that'll be the first session. That'll be the I guess, 9 to 10 a.m. session. 10 to 11, we're going to do the second session counting, but we are going to begin with, following, but we are going to begin with counting. So I'm going to lead us through counting again, and then into following. And as you might now guess, the third session will begin with counting, and then following, and then I'm going to transition us into that third state of the stabilizing. And so on in the afternoon, so that yes, by the 6th final session, we're going to go through all 6 gates, because that's the way it goes. Now, the thing about that is the game of that is that I'm going to request that you play along. In other words, you don't get to move on to following until you have completed the first level, until your little Mario brother has successfully completed the first level of 10 inhalations, exhalations. And quickly, let me explain. There's a lot of different ways to count breaths for Zhiyi and the Tiantai Buddhist tradition, this particular lineage that he's part of. Counting breaths is always one. It is not 1, 2, right? It is an inhalation and an exhalation, count 1. Inhalation, exhalation, count 2. Up to 10, start over, right? So that's where I'm going to recommend that everybody follow that practice of counting. Now, let me say a little bit more about that, in case you have never really counted breaths. There's a lot of different ways to count breaths. You could go, yeah, I did it. I don't know if you're going to get into samadhi that way, right? Into the sublime that way. So there's a lot of different ways to count breaths, but the idea is this. You count a breath, you go, and you're focusing your attention on the breath, right? This is sati, this is smriti, this is mindfulness. So we're focusing that attention on the physical sensations of breathing. And we're trying, in that sense, to have all of our attention on the breathing. But invariably, the mind will wander or become distracted or what have you. And so the point of this is to use that counting exercise as an anchor so that when you notice, I'm not counting anymore. Like I'm following, I moved into following, but I didn't mean to yet. I forgot to keep counting. Well, you just start back at 1. And the goal for me today, for you, as a suggestion, is to really try to get 10 clean breaths. And when I say clean, what I mean is you were really there the whole time. And you're the judge. You know if your mind wandered. Because I know me when I meditate and I count breaths, there's a way in which I go, 3. And there's that brief moment on the come down where I'm like, wait, am I on 3 or 4? Or wait, was that 2? Oh no. And I can remember that I'm on the 3rd breath, but if I'm honest with myself, there was a lapse, right? There was a little bit of a stutter in my mind. And so if I were being true to my own instructions, I would be like, that one doesn't count. 1, and you would start over. And you might not get to 10. You might not get to 10 this first session, and you might have to try again in the second session, and you might spend all day just trying to get up to 10. And if you did, that would be a great meditation retreat for you. Because if you can't actually stay with just 10 breaths, then you need to work on that in that way. So that's the basic idea of the counting. Breathing in, breathing out, counting 1, staying totally with them, being honest with yourself, whether your mind was there the whole time or not. That might be about it. Questions, answers, ideas?
Just, I think I know the answer, but I want to confirm, like, it's not like...
I'm sorry, there's a...
This way people can hear you on...
Yeah. It's not like gym class where you didn't make it all the way to the top of the rope at the ceiling so that you feel bad about yourself and the gym teacher says you don't get the check mark.
I don't want anybody feeling bad about themselves.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, no, this is very much, because this is so wonderfully private in that way, it's all for you. You know, and this is your retreat, of course, right? You do with today what you would like to do with today. But if you would like a challenge, so look at it as a challenge, not so much as a demoralizing situation, but a challenge to try to do this exercise. And I don't want to make any promises or guarantees, but there is a way that if you give yourself over to this practice, you will probably discover things about yourself and your meditation practice that you didn't quite know. Meaning if you've only been doing the same style of meditation maybe for years and years and years, and that's the way you meditate, I would encourage you to do this new thing, to maybe, just to check in on your current meditation practice, if you know what I mean. So, all right, any questions out there? Everybody doing okay? Hi, everybody. So great to see you all. All right, well, let's do our first session then.
Is everyone comfortable? We have blankets here and cushions.
Oh, and also, by the way, today is going to be sort of part guided, part not guided. I'm going to play all that by ear in that way, but if at any point anybody sort of feels like you want more guidance or shut up, less guidance, which I respect that, just let me know. Just privately, just let me know. Oh yeah, please, there's a question online. Where are we going? Who's?
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Annette.
Thank you for this retreat. Sorry, there's noise here. But with the direction about following the breath, is there any pointer about globally versus locally, or any pointers with regard to what any particular sensation or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. As we move into our first practice of counting, that's a great question. So what we want to be aware of in terms of the breathing is, well, the first thing is, of course, we want to sort of use that phenomena of breathing as our focus in that way. So we're looking at the anatomical signals of breathing. So the rising and falling of the chest, expansion and contraction of the belly, Or it could be the shifting temperature of the air in your nose. There's a lot of different techniques that people use to keep their mind focused on their breathing. And at that point, I would suggest do whatever works for you to keep your mind anchored to the breathing. And in classic Buddhist fashion, we are not trying to manipulate the breath. We are only trying to be a passive observer of the breath. So the breath might be long or it might be short. As the Buddha says, we just observe that it's long or short. And the idea is to become a very passive backseat observer of your own breathing. And so in that way, Annette, I would say it's a kind of localized awareness of the sensations of breathing. Does that make sense, Annette? Yeah? Awesome. All right, so let's do our first meditation. This is going to be just a short one in that way to get things going. So if everybody will take a nice, comfortable position and get ready to sit for a while. And as you're coming into your seated position, begin to draw your attention to your breathing. And at first, we just want to become aware of those very bodily sensations I was just mentioning. So just identify in your own body aspects of the breathing. I often like to remind everybody, you've been breathing since the very moment you were born, but how often are you aware of it? So we move the attention to the aspects of breathing, and as we breathe in and then out, we count 1. And we breathe in, and we breathe out, and we count 2. And I just want to remind you, we're trying to stay entirely present with the breath, meaning aware of it as it flows in and aware as it flows out. We're aware if we are holding our breath, but we're just aware. But let's all see if we can get those 10 mindful breaths. Remind you to be an honest judge of your breathing. And if at any point you lose awareness, just return to one. And if you happen to get all the way up to 10, just begin again. I want to remind you that the counting of the breaths is also a way of not becoming zoned out. We're trying to be very alert, very aware in this meditation. And I'll remind you, awareness of the breath is not just yes or no. Even if you're aware of the breath, you can become more aware of the breath, less aware of the noises outside, less aware of other things going on. So you can cultivate that awareness of the breath more and more. And I'll encourage you, if you really weren't paying attention to the breath, Start over at 1. And now, these last few minutes, let's all clear the slate and all start over from 1. And let's all try to get 10 more breaths, all the way to 10. Counting 1. All right, let's just take a few moments. Come back into our body.
The question is, how picky should I be with the breath? I'm somewhat of a beginner, and I feel like I'm like 90%. I mean, should it be like 120% awareness of each breath, or is it like? Because I feel like a lot of it was like 95%, and there's just little glitches that are like half a millisecond long.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm being too much of a perfectionist. I don't know if that's a part of the problem.
It's funny, Rocco. I would say that this is one place where I would encourage you to try to be a perfectionist, actually.
Okay,
And I would rarely do that.
Okay, cool.
But this is a situation where it's kind of what I was getting at when I mentioned during the meditation that awareness of breath isn't just yes or no. That you can certainly not be aware of the breath at all.
Right.
And then you can be aware of the breath. But once you're aware of the breath, now is when it's like starts. And this is what I meant by we can be aware of the breath and aware of noises outside and aware of our hunger and aware, we can actually juggle many things at once. And we're trying to actually only attend to the breath. Only. So in terms of your perfectionism, work on concentrating that mind so that you are aware at every place the breath is.
Got it.
And you're aware of every, even to the point of if you want to get, really into it, really beginning to notice how on the inhalation, your blood is being oxygenated. And you can actually become aware of the effects of the oxygen versus when you're exhaling and you're losing it. So that subtle difference between taking in and giving out, you can become really aware of that. So yeah, just keep focusing.
Got it. And in this specific practice, we're looking at the breath as like this whole idea of a breath, or are we? I mean, I assume we're focusing on a specific, like you focus on like the cool coming into your nose or the warm coming out. Or...
Indeed, I suggested you could choose a sensation.
Got it.
For you individually is what you kind of go to. Like, I know for me, it's more my stomach. Like for me, and then I do with exhalations, I try to relax. That's kind of a common thing. And so for me, I'm aware of my belly more than like my shoulders or my chest.
Cool. Okay.
So yeah, but we will, as this goes on though, we do want to start developing a kind of more of a full body awareness of breathing, where we're really almost feeling the breath coming in through the pores, not just the mouth and the nose, and actually exiting through the pores, not just the mouth and the nose.
Got it.
Yeah? Tanya?
So sometimes when I'm focusing on the breath and I'm trying to focus on every single, I can get tense.
Yep.
And so, because I'm like, so what I try to do that helps is like either like I feel like my whole body breathing, or I try to be like curious about the breath, so it's not so,
Yep.
But is that, are there?
One technique that now I wish I would have said it during the sit. I really do encourage you to. This is a normal thing to do too. This is not specific to the Six Gates, but for me, a practice is inhalation is sort of about concentrating awareness, and then exhalation is relax and not compromising the spine, of course. But I really use inhalations as a coming into awareness and focus, and then relaxing with each exhalation. That for me combats the tension that I also get when I start to notice, I'm paying too much attention to the breath.
Right, like it's like
Then using the exhalation as a relaxing moment. Of
Okay.
that kind of gelling, focusing, relaxing. And with each exhalation, relaxing more and more and more.
Okay.
Yeah?
And then one last question for now.
Of course.
Can you just talk briefly about body position that
Oh,
helps
yeah,
that helps with keeping the mind?
I realized I didn't do that earlier. I sort of jumped right into the retreat in that way. So as far as posture goes, I guess I did presume everybody was coming with even some meditation experience. So for me, of course, the primary focus of a good meditation posture is the spine, is having that, you don't want to be like this, you don't want to be like this, but you want to have that chin tucked in a little bit, so down, tucked in a little bit, so you're elongating, giving that back of your neck that nice, just tight little elongation, imagining that kind of string going down your vertebrae, where your vertebrae are like pearls, they say, right? And you're kind of being pulled up a little bit from that thread out of the top of your head, and all the vertebrae are just dangling there in a perfect line. For me, that's the that's the key. Everything else can kind of drape, if you will, on that firm axis. So that, breathing is tricky in terms of, I know we all have inflamed nasal passages and things, but breathing in and out through the nose is sort of, preferable in that way, but it's how it works for you. Yeah? Yeah, no.
And I'm just wondering what you would say for those who need to meditate lying down. Is it like a similar thing, except instead of up and down,
Sure. Yeah, if you're laying down, I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned this, but for me, a reclining meditation position is simhasana, the lions, on the side. So you're not on your back, it's not on your stomach, but that kind of Buddha pose, right, where you're on your side. So that's sort of a slightly different bodily sensation than if you're on your back in that way. In that regard, though, that pose kind of gets the spine straight in terms of just laying on the floor. And so then it's the same as far as inhalation, exhalation. And again, I'm encouraging everybody to find that part of their body, whether it's the shoulders, the chest, the nose, but where you identify breathing as your go-to place to actually then to move out from, of course, to that full body. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Question? Jim?
Real quick, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated what you alluded to before as far as the counting being important in that it is a method, but that for me, what I found was going back to the one whenever I would lose it and being really rigorously honest with myself about that the benefit really came in becoming more and more aware of my breath, and more and more aware of my breath, and more and more aware of my breath. I wasn't becoming more and more aware of my breath as I got up to 6, 7, 8, 9. I was getting more and more aware of my breath as I was going back to the one.
Yep.
And that was very beneficial. Because I have a tendency to, want to get to the top of the rope.
Yep.
And that's not, it's not what I find to be beneficial.
Yep.
I did a bunch of ones.
Me too.
Like when I got distracted, I would just go one, one, until it became 0 almost, and then I started up again.
Yep.
I've been in the construction trades for 43 years. I've been meditating for 53 years. I had to deal with toxic masculinity and almost getting my ass beat. And when I go home to meditate, I can't sit there and shamatha or anything like that. My default is breath counting. When I'm trying to meditate, I'm going, The only way I can get there is through breath counting, and I've been using it for years. And then once I get past that, then I can get into the good stuff.
Yeah.
I find the machination of it's like forcing your awareness, like you are going to focus on this, MFer, and toxic masculinity. There you go.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, so now a few quick words about following. So I didn't want to bog you down too much with information at the beginning, but let me say a few more things about the actual practice. So if you were to get this book, which I encourage, he divides these, the 6 gates, and each of the gates has what he calls the cultivation and then the realization. And what you may have already had this question arise in your mind, which is, how and when do I know to transition out of counting to following? Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing the counting, but at a certain point, we're going to transition to following. And I know that when I teach the 4 foundations of mindfulness, body, sensations, mind states, and dharmas, I'm often asked the question, how do I know when to stop focusing on the body and to move to sensations? Like what's the procedure here? So allow me to read you just a quick little bit from the book. So this is verbatim from the book. I just have it printed out for convenience. So this is his description of, and we just did it, by the way, but as for the cultivation of counting, he says, one proceeds in an unhurried fashion, slowly counting, going from 1 up to 10. One focuses the mind on the counting and does not allow it to run off or become scattered. This is what is meant by the cultivation of counting. So, not a lot of new information there, right? But this is what you want to know. As for the realization of counting, the mind exercises control, counting 1 on up to 10. Without having to put forth any particular effort, the mind abides in the objective condition associated with the breath. And this is what I mean by the object-oriented consciousness. So remember I mentioned that we're going to be turning our consciousness, but we're not there yet. So we are now using the breath as the object of our attention. Right? Not the noises outside, not the hunger, not this, but we're using the very breath as our alambana, as called, the object of meditation, just like your candle flame or a mandala or what have you. So the mind abides in the objective condition of the breath. When one becomes aware that the breath has become insubstantial and faint, the mind too becomes gradually more subtle right along with it. One subsequently becomes concerned that counting is far too coarse of an activity. One's state of mind is such that one doesn't want to engage in counting. At just such a time, the practitioner should let loose of the practice of counting and proceed to cultivate following. So did everybody catch that? It's not that you've become bored with counting. It's that you realize, even this counting business is too busy. It's just too, I want to be chill. And so at that moment, when you're like, even this counting is just too much work, that's when you transition to just following the breath. So in this second session that we're going to get into in a few minutes, I'm going to encourage everybody to try to get up to 10, but not with any, got to get to the top of the rope mentality, but just with that little bit of a gamification that if you can, successfully get up to 10 where it's not a particular effort for you, then I'm going to suggest, and I'll, by the way, prompt everybody to do this at a certain point vocally, but I will prompt you all to transition to following. If you're not there yet, you want to stay with counting, but if you feel like you're ready, and even if you're not quite there yet, where it's become a course activity that's bothering you, transition to following in this second meditation session. And at that point, we're just going to be following, right? Not counting, but also not being distracted, right? Because this is not an excuse to just be like, okay, I'm done counting. So now come what may, right? All right. Now, I will tell you, before we start this session though, this is the description of how to cultivate following. So since we're moving into this, I wanted to share with you, this is Zhiyi's advice for cultivating the practice of following. So as for the cultivation of following, one relinquishes the previous practice of counting. One then relies single-mindedly on following the coming in and going out of the breath. One focuses the mind, taking the breath as its object condition. One becomes aware of the coming in and the going out of breath. The mind abides in the objective conditions associated with the breath, remaining free of any distraction or the scattering of one's focused point of attention. This is what is meant by cultivating following. In other words, if you get up to 10 counts and you feel like you're ready, you can relinquish the practice of counting and just follow the breath. But we need to even be more honest with ourselves at that point about our level of focus. And what I mean is that if you have transitioned to following and you become distracted, you got to count to 10 again. You got to start all over. And that's where today is truly like going to the meditation gym, because we're going to be counting a lot of breaths, probably. All right, so any questions or ideas or comments about following? Wunderbar. So we're going to follow, or we're going to count and then we're going to follow. This meditation is going to be a little longer. By the way, I have this plan that each session is going to get a little longer, a little longer. So, assume our nice, comfortable meditation posture. Get comfortable. Even before you start counting, really just take a moment to identify the breathing. Really coming into a bodily awareness, settling on a focused attention on the breathing. And when you're with the breath, then begin your counting in and out. 1. Even if you can make it up to 10, I encourage you to do a few sets of 10 before I prompt us to move into the practice of following. encourage anybody who's stuck on the number one, really put forth some effort to get past that. All right, now let's all begin again at one. Let's all make an attempt to count up to 10 breaths. And after the 10th breath, transition to following. remember, if you lose attention, let's start over with the counting. If you're following the breath, expand your awareness of the breath now, not so localized to specific bodily sensations, but kind of full body breathing, really feeling the breath coming in through all the hair pores of your body and exiting through every hair pore of your body. A more global sense of breathing, not so localized. whether counting or following, we should be entirely focused on the breathing, unseparated from it. All right. That was following. Any thoughts? A subtle difference between the two, you know?
Interesting to get caught up in the relaxation of the breathing and being mindful of that to come back to the breathing or be in the breathing. And something that came to mind was, I think it was Suzuki Roshi, said, up the mountain and now sit on the mountain with the breath, which I thought was very helpful to bring me back to this expansion of breath. And then to sit in the breath, to just sit. That came up. And of course, the distress and life.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was curious if anybody maybe felt stabilization coming on a little bit. So the third gate, of course, that we're going to move into next is that stable, that's the top of the mountain. No, that's that idea of climbing the mountain and then sitting there. And so, yeah, just curious if anybody felt at the top of following, if they kind of felt that stabilize and come on. I had a brief moment where I felt very locked in and I was like, oh, I stabilized for a moment. Cool. Yeah.
I kept going back to counting, kept going back to 1.
Yep.
Because I felt like I would do the 10 and then I would follow the breathing in and out and then I just kept daydreaming.
Yep.
So then I'd have to just come back to the 1 and, but yeah, I agree, just the relaxation was really nice, but kept coming back to the 1.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if for anybody else, but I know for me, the first session, I was kind of 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1. But the second session, I was pretty easily able to get up to 10. And I feel like that's the trick, actually, of this technique, is while we have our aspirations of reaching that 6th gate, it's really so valuable to just keep practicing the first gate. So it's kind of a grand trick here in that way. And so the relaxation that's coming on, that's the point. That's the whole point of this, right? So, yeah.
As a beginner, how do you resist? I found myself dreaming and I was like, oh, shoot,
Yep.
I'm sleeping. And then I pulled myself back from that.
Yep, that's what we're up against. That's all I can say is, and I was gonna make a comment during that. I was like, no, because if somebody's not there, this will make them run off. And so, but that is indeed what we're up against. In fact, what the comment I wanted to make is that it's at the gate of following, that I feel like we really start to notice the more subtle distractions of the mind. Like really begin to notice that, oh, I could get more focused here. Like there's more room for development in that way. And the opposite of it is realizing like, oh, I'm getting too relaxed, I'm getting too drifty, and yeah, daydreaming. And that's where the value of this, I think the value of this little trick of return to counting then. Like if you've noticed that you're not paying attention to the breath at any point, you can always just return to 1. So that's the trick. Notice that you've drifted, come back to the first gate. Yeah, Tanya.
I found in the following part that the sensations of the body got more subtle. It was like they were not localized. And so it made it more subtle. And in some ways, like I had to really, I don't know, I had to it was hard, it was easier to drift off a little bit. So, but it was interesting. So I used curiosity and was just trying to stick with it. But it was really interesting. It was cool. It was like, oh, it's just sensation. It's not anywhere in my body. So it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I believe Zhiyi at some point, I won't try to find it, but he said that as our breathing becomes more subtle and refined, the mind becomes more subtle and refined. And the whole point of this is that it's not that there is mind over here and breathing over here. No, you being alive and thinking is entirely related to your breathing. And how you're breathing is dictating how you're thinking. It's not two different things where one is aware of the other. They are in a way the same thing. That's what this practice is bringing us towards a better understanding of. So you're noticing that the more subtle the breath gets, the more subtle the mind gets.
Right, and then, but then, are there any tricks, like, because I was just trying to relax into it and be like, okay, it's not as prominent, and so, but I can still stick with it, without tightening up.
Yeah. Stick with it. Yeah, the main, and I think I said this during, the main thing we're trying to do is to stay with the breath. Like all 6 of these, by the way, are just tricks and techniques for staying with the breath, because there's so much value in what we call mind training. The mind is a restless teenager that wants to go explore the world and experience things. Like, that's what it's like. And so there's a mind training, a discipline, right? This is what the word vinaya, this is what it means, is like the disciplining of the mind. To be like, no, get back over here. We're paying attention to the breathing. Who's in charge here? And we're cultivating that in that way to stay focused, stay locked in that way. So, yeah. Yep. Online.
Yes, there was a moment when I switched into breathing with the pores. That was really a key moment for me. It was as if the mind was, oh, finally, I don't need to focus on the nose or focus on the lungs or anything. So that was interesting.
I'm very happy to hear you say that, because that was very much an intention of mine to kind of give us a little nudge towards the later gates. So that you experience that is great. That relief, because we're going to go further in that direction. So excellent. All right, I do have just a few comments to say. The first thing, I totally meant to say this at the beginning. There's so much going on, and I didn't want to complicate this, so I apologize. But regarding counting breaths, I know we all have different ways of keeping count. Some of us might go like, you might be echoing in your mind the number. Anybody do that? Anybody have you're just kind of echoing 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. So that's a technique. Some of us have just, a solid mind that just knows. I'm not there, frankly. I don't know. I have to be aware. So there's a little trick that I wish I would have shared with you earlier. Again, I apologize, but it's what I call your sort of the body mala. And the body mala is the fact that you happen to have 10 of these. And so without being really exaggerating about it, I tend to just keep a little bit of pressure on like my pinky, and then my ring finger, and then this finger, that finger. And so I just sort of have a mental mala of what number I'm on in that way. It's a trick. If that's not for you, then that's not for you. But I sort of use that as a little trick, just a subtle pressure on each finger so that I know where I'm at. So that's just a little something.
And do you still say the numbers, or it's instead of the numbers?
It's the pressure of the finger that is like the echoing of the number.
So you don't say to yourself 1, 2, 3.
No, yeah, I just know that I'm on the second, and I just know I'm on the third. I'm exaggerating now, but yeah. Yeah.
Is there a reason why you start with pinky, or just...
Oh yeah, no, it's just, I guess it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Okay, so everybody ready for a little more? Awesome. So let me read to you a little bit more because we're going to be moving into the third gate in this session, the Sthanam, it's called. Sthanam, this word, it's interesting. It's where even in the Latin languages, the word estar, that estar word to stay, to stand is coming from, is this Sanskrit word sthanam. And it's this idea of stabilizing. So allow me to read this. Let's see here. So I'm going to begin by, so I already read us the cultivating of following. But now I'm going to tell you when you would know to move on to the next. So this is the realization of following. As for the realization of following, since the mind has become fine and subtle, it becomes peaceful, still, and free of any disorderliness. One becomes aware of the breath, now as long, now as short, as pervading the entire body, as now coming in, as now going out. The mind and the breath carry on in a state of mutual interdependence. The deliberations of the mind become more and more tranquil and fixed in a state of stillness. Next, one becomes aware of following as a coarse activity. The mind becomes averse to it and wishes to relinquish it. This is analogous to when someone has become exhausted and desires to sleep, thus causing them to be disinclined to deal with too many tasks. At this time, the practitioner should relinquish the practice of following and cultivate stabilization. Everybody catch all that? So the following, a lot of what we just already talked about, wonderfully, beautifully, didn't even really intend that, but the interconnectedness of mind and body, breath and mind, the all-pervading breathing in the following, where we're really breathing fully in, fully out through all the hair pores. But then that same funny thing that starts to happen where the mind finds even following, it's too busy. It's too, I'm trying to chill out. What is with all this following? And so at that point, the mind becomes still, stable. And that's why I asked if anybody even felt it coming on in this last session, where at the very top of the following, where you were feeling really good at the following, does the mind just sort of lock in a kind of point of stillness? And again, this is shamatha. This isn't quite samadhi as it would be. There's kind of further to go to get to samadhi, but this is sort of similar in that way. Yeah, Noe.
Thank you. I'm going to put it over here. It's easier to get to. Keeping in mind that for me, it's important to, I'm a biological being, and this is pointing to that, absolutely pointing to paying attention through the biology, not drifting off into, even though my mind, again, there's that, the breathing and the mind stepping together, moving together, moving together. Biologically, though, my body wants to sleep sometimes. And so it's good for me to keep in mind, yes, and to bring myself out of that torpor or that sleepiness and come back to the present moment.
Yes.
And so I just felt good about saying that.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't want anybody to misunderstand Zhiyi, his comment there about it's analogous. He says it's analogous to when someone has become exhausted and desires to sleep, thus causing them to be disinclined to deal with too many tasks. We're not falling asleep in our third session. We're not. That's not what stabilization means. What it does mean, though, is that in that same way that the person that wants to go to sleep, they're done with it all. They don't want to be dealing with the emails and the work and the this and this and that. I'm ready to be, that's the analogy, is that at that point, even following is too busy for the mind. You realize it's kind of distracting even doing that. And then that's when, and I'm going to read to you what it means to cultivate stabilization. I'll read that in a moment. But any more questions about kind of either the counting to the following or even just what we're doing here?
I was going to ask
yeah, I'm
about
sorry.
stabilization
Yes.
versus sleep. Like they seem like cousins, and I want to do the stabilization
so-
and not this.
If the reading doesn't do it, then follow up with me.
Yeah, I think I was having the experience in the first one where I was just like, it's bedtime.
Yeah.
And I actually had a moment before that where I was like, wait, did I just get really wow? And then I just went and fell asleep. But on the second one, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of counting these breaths, but like, yeah, I'm either a little lethargic or there's like my mind is like, cool, but like, you want to, there might be a tiger in the woods or whatever. Like, it's still just a little bit like trying to look elsewhere. And yeah, and I continued to like count, even though I knew I wasn't like all the way sort of like relaxed into the sensations of breath and like, just like, this is what we're doing and it's all good. My mind was just elsewhere. And then eventually was like, all right, let's just stay with start at one over and over and just kind of playing with that a bit and realizing like, well, it'll, like I can't force my mind to like do this perfectly well. Like there's like a, just sort of an allowing and the focus. So appreciate, your explanations are good and the finger thing I had not heard of. That'll be distracting to try.
Yeah, if it's distracting, it's not a good technique.
Or good.
On that note, on Brendan's note, I do want to mention again that it isn't just am I counting or am I not counting? That even if you're counting, there's like deep counting where you are really aware of the breath in its entirety. The mind, not for a fraction of a second, has actually had any other intrusion. So we're talking a fluid, seamless, uninterrupted. That is different than just being aware of, I'm counting one, I'm counting two. So there's varying degrees of this, and I actually encourage everybody to be ambitious, actually, in wanting to get better at it, deeper at it in that way. But of course, without any self-flagellation in that way, right? It's not like about that, but I would all encourage them to put forth that effort to really sink deeper into the counting, for sure. Yeah, sorry, Rocco.
Does that mean you shouldn't move on? Because I know this is like I have not been able to go through 10 where there's not even there might be like a little millisecond glitch and I'm like, I have to go back.
That's a great question as far as this retreat goes. So I am encouraging everybody to make an attempt to get through all 6 gates. So like, I hope everybody spent at least a moment following the breath in that last session, even though the point of that might have almost been to be aware, I'm not ready to start following, actually. Like I'm not really satisfied with my 10 yet. So I want everybody to get exposed to these gates so that they know like what is going on. But this is also about becoming aware of where you're at. And so you know what I mean? Cool.
So we should try each gate.
Yeah, so in my prompt, like this last one, I said, okay, everybody, let's start over with 10. And then I prompted everybody to kind of move to following. It was just to sort of give that a shot in that way. And I think everybody, or a lot of you have already mentioned that you would then go back to counting and not stay with the following. And so in this session, same thing, I would like to encourage everybody to try to get up to 10. And if you get up to 10, transition to following. And then if you transition to following, what would you do then? Well, so this is Zhiyi's explanation of what it means to cultivate stabilization. Now, he's already explained why you would move on to it, right? Because the activity of following has become too coarse. The mind is already gravitating towards that state of tasklessness, right? That was the analogy of being like sleep. You don't have any more work to do. You don't even have to follow, right? So as for the cultivation of stabilization, one puts to rest all thought that takes anything as an objective condition. One does not engage either in counting or following. One fixes the mind and makes it absolutely still. This is what is meant by the cultivation of stabilization. Now, the key to understanding that is this language of one puts to rest all thought taking anything as an objective condition. So if that word again is an alambana, an objective condition, it's fancy philosophical speech for the object of your attention. Again, candle flame, mandala, breath, whatever it is, and actually, by the way, you should know that in Buddhist philosophy, whatever it is that you are presently thinking of, that's the alambana at that moment. And you kind of only have one at any given time. It's another way of noticing the way the mind works. So we always have an alambana, but normally it's that monkey mind alambana where it's like, ooh, maybe that branch has a cooler alambana. So we jump to that one. Or it's not even choice, it's what was that alambana out on the street bothering me that is now the focus of my attention. So a big part of this is, and a lot of you, if you've studied with me, have already heard this many, many times, but for me, a big part of this whole Buddhist project is about how the things of the world can often sort of be just controlling us. Where it's like somebody loud on the street is like, think about me now. And I'm like, okay, I'll think about you now. And then it's like, think about this now. And then the stomach's like, hey, think about me now. Aren't you hungry? And there's a way in which our mind is just along for the ride, being pushed and pulled by dharmas, being pushed and pulled by the phenomena of the world. And we are moving towards, my understanding of it, is that we are moving towards a state of sovereign freedom, where things can happen, but they are not grabbing my mind and making me pay attention to them. If I would like to pay attention to what's going on the street, I could do that now. But if I don't, then I don't have to in that way. I'm not at the mercy of the world. That's what we're working towards. So many of us are sort of, betwixt and between all of that, especially if we're practitioners, where we are aware of the way the world's pushing and pulling us, but we have cultivated a degree of sovereignty where we can choose not to just act on every impulse in that way. And even if something kind of is annoying us, we've cultivated a mind to be able to observe it and not just respond with anger or respond in various ways. So that's the big project. The language here, though, if you notice, has been about let's make the breath the focus of our attention. Not the noises on the street, not this, but let's make the breath the alambana. And we'll do that by counting it, and then we'll do that by following it. And then, as he says in this third gate, the mind takes nothing as its alambana. So I want you to notice there's not a new alambana, right? There's not like, okay, no breath, focus on Buddha or Dharma or Sangha. No. Nada as, nothing as the alambana. Now, this is where, when we're in the object-oriented consciousness, which is you listening to me and wondering, what does he mean by that? When we're in object-oriented consciousness, it's a little like, what does that even mean to then, what does that mean to put to rest all thought taking anything as an objective condition? Well, the point is that at the very top of following, it starts to make a little more sense where there could be just mind, but not aware of anything in particular. The experience of that for me personally, by the way, is it is not that there is a lack of awareness of what's going on. There's just a sense or a feeling as if it's just all moving through me, like all those radio waves are right now, all anyways, and I'm not really bothered by it. Well, there's a way in which all the phenomena can be doing that too. And the mind is at the top of that mountain, still, not being moved by these things in that way. That's the key that I want us to know. What's going on in the third gate? We are cultivating stable mind. All right? Now, this is what I kind of meant earlier by, let's all make an attempt to do this, in that we will, in the session that's going to begin in a few moments, we'll make our attempt to get all the way up to 10. At about less than 10 minutes into the meditation, I will prompt us to then make a transition to following. And then 5 or 10 minutes later, I will prompt us all to make a transition to stabilizing. And if anything, you're gonna just know how unstable your mind is, actually, at that point, if you know what I mean. So, because I can't make any guarantees that we will be stabilized, but I will guarantee that when we move to that third gate, you will be aware of either, yes, I'm still, the mind is still, or wow, look at how much movement is still going on in the mind.
I was wondering if you could compare and contrast ayatana and alambana. Alambana?
So, yeah. So ayatana is a technical question. Ayatana is it's translated as a base. And there's these, like the base of consciousness. It's a complicated question, Robert, so.
The ayatana is a chosen point of focus.
Ayatanas are actually both the eye and the object of the eye, interestingly. They are both parts of this, and that's what makes an ayatana a little different than this alambana business. The alambana is strictly the object of vijnanic conscious awareness. But the mechanism that is allowing for that are the 6 sense bases and their 6 base objects intermingling, creating mind that is then aware of breathing, let's say. That make sense?
No.
Well, you asked a very technical question.
You say Buddha taught 40 ayatanas. The first one was, am I saying it incorrectly? The Buddha taught 40 ayatanas,
Yeah.
and the first one, I think, was breath.
Yep.
You focus your attention on breath. And here there's
You're
newer.
using that, so there's Buddhism.
Am I saying it wrong?
No, it's not pronunciation. It's there's sometimes 12 ayatanas or atanas, and that's referring to sense bases, sense objects. And then there's the 40, but those are slightly different, and those do overlap with what we're doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Of course. I don't want to be dismissive, it's just a technical.
Yeah. And you, 5-6 years ago, you said ayatana, now you said ayatana.
I've learned a lot more Sanskrit.
Oh,
So.
I didn't know that any Sanskrit.
I have a question about stabilization. You've described it as your object of attention is the breath, and then you let go of it. You've described it as like everything's, you're aware of all this stuff, but you're not sort of fixing on any of it. And then you described it as awareness. So I just want to be sure I'm clear. It's not, is it awareness of awareness? Or is that not a good description?
Let me kind of try to cut this off.
Okay.
Just to get to it.
Yeah.
I think where we might be, where I may have like missed a step, is the experience of stabilization is very much going to be felt. It's a feeling of stability. What's happening at the visual field, the auditory field, olfactory, gustatory, tactile field, all of these different fields will be what they're going to be. That's what I mean by there will be noises outside, there will be noises inside, But the litmus test of this third gate is a feeling of stability. It's a feeling of what they call achala, immovability. And the main thing that I would like to get across to you, this is so tricky. All of this is so tricky, but it's so beautiful. So in this idea that I set up earlier regarding a kind of a transitioning from one way of thinking to another way of thinking, right? I kind of set up that paradigm. Well, one mode of thinking, which I earlier described as the subject-object mode of thinking, the me and it of it, which includes, by the way, the me and the breath, which of course is the weird ironic part about the breath, right? Because how can I be taking the breath as an object? Aren't I the... But anyways, the point is I described one mode of thinking, which was subject-object. And that's complicated, right? And we're transitioning to this other way. And what I want to kind of set up is that there's a kind of, well, you could think of it as either a fracturing of the mind or like a crimping of the mind or whatever, defilement of the mind. But in the subject-object mode, mind gets fractured into these two parts of the me and the it of it. That is resolved in this other state of mind. And that's what I mean by there will still be the phenomena, but there is not so much the acute sense of me experiencing that phenomena. The you side of this is a feeling of utter space-like stability. And when I say space-like stability, I mean this: try to move space. Can you move space? I can move this. I can move stuff. But can you move space? Boggles the mind. We want a mind that is space-like in that way. Immovable. Whereas this mind is very movable. Movable by distractions and sounds and movable by things.
Great. Can I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
So that was helpful.
Yeah.
So how do we recognize that we're not in, if let's say we feel we are stable, and then how do we recognize we're not? And if and when we do we go back to following the breath?
So the second part is easier, which is, yes, the whole point of this is that at any moment we realize the mind is distracted and I'm no way stable, I'm not following, back to one. What was the first word?
Oh, all the way back to one.
Oh,
not
yeah, so
back to following.
remember this? No, you
Always back
don't
to
get
one.
to just go back to
Always back
following.
to
Are you kidding? No, you got to go all the way back and count at least 10 breaths to start following again. Then you can start.
My other question was, how do you know that it's time to do that? And
yeah,
and then sort of if I, like a practice that I do sometimes when I'm meditating is if I'm focused on something and then I notice that I'm no longer focused on it, that i.e. I'm focused on something else, then I welcome that thing. I sort of, rather than trying to push it away, I welcome it, but then I go back to what I was doing. But I don't know how you go back to stabilizing without going back all the way to one.
And this is what I meant at the beginning of this retreat. For today, I'm encouraging you to play along with the game and go back to counting every time. The technique you described is a proper daily meditation practice in terms of dealing with distractions, the kind of welcoming, and that's great. I don't want to discourage you from that. But for today, play along with the always going back to counting if you've become distracted.
Thank you.
And I did remember, in terms of your initial question about how do you know, this is so personal, especially when we get up to these other more subtle levels of mind, because even the basic stuff like breathing is unique for all of us. All of us experience breathing differently, I've realized as a meditation teacher. So when we get up to these higher subtle levels, it's very different. For me, and it's like I said, I mentioned that in the following, I feel like I briefly got stabilized, like it just sort of happened. And the reason why I would say that is because I had a feeling of a immovable space like mind. But the main thing about it was this utter sense of, I really hope this doesn't go away. that this is utterly, beautifully peaceful and still. That was the litmus test for me, that it's like, I'm stable because, boy, I hope no distractions. Like, I really hope nothing interrupts this placid lake of my mind. That's how you know, or that's how I know.
Well, I think you answered it, but yeah, like that transition from like I'm counting the breath and now I want to stop counting the breath, not so that there's something new to do. It's like, oh, it's actually just getting in the way of the breath vibe that's happening.
Yep.
And
That's a good way to put it.
You're not like,
it's
it's
an
not like, oh,
unnecessary
let me
layer.
do a new thing. It's like, oh, this is just in the way of this thing that I'm already doing that I'm like okay with as the activity for whatever time. And then it sounds like the third one, which seems like it should be like 7 or something, but like the third one,
I know.
is like a similar thing of like, okay, I'm following the breath. That's like whatever, getting easier or deeper or whatever.
Yep.
Maybe like the pores are breathing. And then you're just kind of like, I don't really need an object to be in this place.
Yep. In fact, you would realize that an object would be that crimping or that distraction. And so it's like, oh, let's stay like,
Yeah. No, it's that weird thing of like, it's like, I don't want something fresh and cool. I just want to be able to like
exactly
be more still or something. Yeah, it's
yes.
odd. Okay, that's helpful.
Just the last question. So for me, it felt like, I think in a certain moment that I'm not observing the breath, but the breath observing me, or more likely there's no like observation. It's just like, I'm the breath, everything is the breath. So, but then this is like this sweet spot where like you described, you can like let go. But then sometimes I feel like I'm letting go too much and I still need to be here. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that's a subtle experience there. And it could be, it's different for different people, but I think I know what you're describing. And that's where I would actually consider that a distraction and a call to return to even counting in that way. Because there's a very particular flavor to that stabilization. And again, it wouldn't want to be let go of, or it wouldn't want to be drifted away from, if that makes sense.
Well, I want to stay here forever, but I also need to be here.
Meaning like in this room?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't want to say too much about this, but it sounds to me very similar to, it sounds to me like a kind of, I don't know how to put it. In my experience of working with people with meditation, I have seen or experienced something where there's a sort of like insecurity with it in a way. Is that right? Insecurity in that a kind of it would be dangerous if I drifted too far in that direction.
No, it's just that, I'm sorry. In this like specific gate, like third gate or something, do I still need to kind of like keep this separate observation, or can I just, I don't know, repose in this?
Yes, if it seems safe and peaceful in that way. Yeah, absolutely. That is actually the idea of that third gate, is to this sort of, the kind of really sinking into it in that way, where again, the course activities of counting and following have been abandoned. And I would really encourage you to have that image of the mirror-like surface of a lake that is, perfectly reflective. This is also known what I mean by the sounds outside are gonna happen, because the way a mirror-like surface of a lake works, it's reflecting everything, but it's not disturbed by it. And that's that state of mind that we wanna be in, is where the mind is just sort of reflecting everything like a mirror, but the mirror's not put out by that reflecting, right? It's just, all right, everybody feeling okay moving into stabilization? All right. All right, so everybody, let's get comfortable. Again, I'm gonna guide us in terms of a few minutes, maybe 5 to 10 of counting. And then a brief period of following, and then I'll prompt us to move into stabilization, and I encourage everybody to sort of give it a shot in that way. All right. As usual, let's just start by coming into an awareness of the breath without even counting. Just becoming fully aware of the breathing. And when you're ready, start counting up to 10. While we're counting, let's remember to relax on the exhalations so we can really start to move deeper and deeper into the counting with each breath. So if you haven't already, let's make one last attempt, get all the way up to 10 breaths of counting. And when you reach 10, let's transition to following. And as you move to following the breath, take an even more passive observer position, really just watching the breath, following the breath. Still not trying to do anything. And of course, if you realize that you've become distracted, just return to counting to 1. If you feel ready to move into the third gate of stabilization, I want to remind you there's nothing to do. There's only one thing to stop doing, which is following the breath. But it should be a natural transition to stability. You should almost already want to be there. So again, there's nothing to do in order to bring about stabilization.
Not going to beat myself up, but I fell asleep again.
It's okay. You needed the rest. Yeah, yeah.
I'm also struggling with sleepiness, drifting off, gosh. But it was cool to try the, what is it, stabilization? And just sort of like, all right, well, let's see if I'm here or like what this is like or whatever, or maybe sort of, hey, where's the stillness? Let's make that the focus.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, kind of like whatever, fun and sort of a little like, I kind of knew I wasn't, but it was nice to like check that out. And then staying there for, you know, whatever, like 30 seconds, I was like, well, like my mind was like, hey, let's try out one and see what that's like. It was like to kind of see where I was in that moment after trying. Like, is this going to be different, or like maybe, you know, it'll be easier to be focused and start over. So that was kind of, yeah, it was nice to make it having it feel more playful or whatever. So
Yeah, definitely a goal of mine for this retreat. It's for it to be fun. Yeah.
One instruction you gave that was really kind of novel for me was the idea that this should be more fun than anything else. Like, but to use that explicitly, like I've had that experience, but I was like, you know, if I started to drift off, I was like, come on, you know, you want to really, you know, whatever stage I was on. And it really was helpful to be that explicit about it. So thank you for that.
Thank you for
there are-
letting me know. All right, yeah, there's a couple of questions. Whoever is so inclined.
Yes, so I have two reflections and one comment. First, the comment. Thank you for doing all this. I just need to say it. It's really unique. I know this because I am from a Tendai Sangha, and I know how unique this is. So just a comment. The first reflection, whenever I happen to reach this stabilization tonight and before, it's as if, and I don't say this is how it should be, but I feel as if the mind is split into the monkey mind and the stabilization. And the monkey mind continues and then watches the stabilization, like, what's going on over there? And quiet starts to become more quiet. Like, what are you doing over there? It's all quiet. So that's one way of for me to see it. And the other I have noticed is that the bodily sensation starts to pop up because the mind is starting to be quiet. So the body starts to pop the ears or itch on the nose. Like, notice me, do something. You can't just sit there and be quiet. So yeah, that's what I have.
Indeed, I know both of those experiences in that way. For me, definitely the early stages of stabilization are still where there is that one side of the mind looking, like you said so well, looking at that other side of the mind, and then slowly that calms down and there is only the stable, still mind. Yeah, and then I think it was like I was saying earlier, what this practice will do is that as the mind gets more subtle, then we will begin to notice all the distractions. And so that's why there's further to go that way. On just really quick, and then the question on the note of the body, though, I did want to note, just because it's relevant, you may have, and Zhiyi talks about this, but in the third gate in particular, you may have the experience that breathing has ceased. And don't worry, it hasn't. It has just become so faint and subtle, and the body's taking care of itself that you don't need to be concerned about it anymore. So if you've had that experience, because I had that experience, and I thought, should I mention to everybody? And I was like, nah, because I don't want anybody to think they're doing it wrong if they're not having that experience. But it is not uncommon in that stage, especially if you've gone through the counting, then the following. It's not uncommon in this period of stabilization to it almost to feel like you're not breathing anymore. But that's kind of a good sign. And don't worry, the body will take care of itself in that way. So, all right, other question online?
Yeah, so there was one moment of peace where I started feeling that glow in the forehead. I guess, is that also a point of stabilization? I felt it many times, but yeah, is that?
I associate it with stabilization, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there is, I haven't sat for maybe 2 weeks, and I'm noticing all the aches and pains and having to slowly shift my body. But I know when I did a Vipassana retreat, they tell you, no, just force yourself to sit still. What's your take on that during these?
Yeah, I was trained in a Zen tradition that, of course, is also very militant in that sense. I myself am not a big fan of that such strict approach to meditation, especially kind of on going off of Noam's comment. My feeling is that should be like fun in the sense that you would rather be doing this than be doing anything else. That's what I mean by fun. So it should be fun and it should be relaxing in that way. And I personally find that rigid, militant approach to meditation, I find it as a distraction. And I just feel like I never get to the kind of the payoff because I'm so worried about, I moved my finger, or I adjusted my posture. And I understand the value of such discipline. I think it has its place in our world, but I'm not a fan of it in that way. So, cool. And yeah, and the person online, I can't see your name. I'm sorry, I'm far away from the screen. What's Ankit? Okay, so Ankit's comment about the glowy feeling. Yeah, that's sort of a kind of either stony feeling or just a relaxed kind of warm, fuzzy feeling maybe too. Yeah, all of those are indications of that goodness that we're working, that we're cultivating in that way. So it's a beautiful state of mind when it feels that way. So,
I had the experience of, in this last session, of being more distracted than ever, and then settling in to a good counting, settling into a good sense of following, touching some state, and then way distracted again, but like way more distracted than in the first two sessions, or at least seemingly more distracted than the first two sessions. And it may have had something to do with that increasingly subtle sense of mind, and that, unfortunately for me, when I get that increasingly subtle sense of mind, it becomes increasingly easier for me, either easier for me to be distracted, or I'm more acutely aware of the distraction than ever. And it's real disturbing in that sense for an instant. And then it's like, okay, that's just, But I also had the very, very deep awareness of the difference between thoughts and phenomena and thoughts coming and going, and phenomena and thoughts and grabbing onto them and chasing them down, and then wait, now I'm distracted. And there was a sense of Yeah, it's okay if they come and go,
Yes. Yep.
but you grabbed onto it, okay, now it's back to one.
Perfect. Excellent. On all accounts, even being distracted, it's fine. Maybe because you're getting close to lunch, maybe you came in the morning like gung-ho, so you weren't distracted, and now
Yeah, I had to pee.
all kinds of things. So we observe, it sounds like you're doing it, Jimmy. We observe all of this, we take stock, and we move on. And so, awesome. Anybody having the experience that counting's getting real easy? Anybody else? No, nobody else. A few people. A little bit. Well, again, I noticed that in the first I couldn't even really get up to 5 or 6. Second session, I finally got up to 10, and now this session I was very easily able to get up to 10. And that's also part of this training, is I'm kind of tricking you all, and again, in that way, by like, oh, we got to get to the 6th gate. No, we have to practice the first gate over and over and over. So. All right, everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and get started here slowly. I'm gonna start with some kind of real basic stuff and then work us back into our practice. So the first thing I wanna mention is this guy, Zhiyi, that I've been talking about. So if you didn't know, this guy's he's a Chinese Buddhist monk. He's from the late 6th century, so like the late 500s. And he's considered the founder of a whole school of Buddhism called Tentai, which is the name of actually a mountain in Japan. So it's based on that locality and that tradition. But the thing about this guy, so he's most famous for this book, this is one translation or one partial translation of it. So he calls it Stopping and Seeing, the great treatise on stopping and seeing, which is his language for śamatha-vipaśyanā, of those two aspects that I talked about this morning. And the thing about it is that, as I mentioned, Zhiyi, like me, like all of us in that way, understands that Buddhism is a unique tradition for this dual practice, not just zoning out and not just learning or what have you, or investigating, but the two together. And Zhiyi wrote this whole book in the 6th century for the Chinese audience that was interested in Buddhism. Like, what is Buddhism all about? Master Zhiyi. And so he wrote this to say, this is what it's all about. It's about stopping and seeing. And then these are the different ways to do that. Interestingly, the book that we're reading, The Little Six Gates, is actually a very little essay that he wrote specifically for one, I think it was like the magistrate of the local district. Total layperson, total newbie. And he was like, oh, well, let me write this for you. And I actually think it's why The Six Gates is so accessible, because it was not written for a very erudite audience in that way. So I say all of this, excuse me. I say all of this because the first 3 gates that we just did is basically shamatha. And what I mean is that idea of becoming aware of the body, focusing on the body to the point of stillness. That's shamatha. And it's just one gate, as Zhiyi says. It's just one thing. I guess you could call it stabilizing. So what I'm getting at is I don't want anybody to get too bogged down by these gates and all of this counting, following. It's like, again, it's much simpler than all of that. It really is. So counting and following are effectively the same thing. But there's just slightly nuanced differences between them, right? And then again, even counting, following, and stabilization are in itself one thing. It's just sort of about calming down, shamatha. This afternoon, right now, we're moving into the vipaśyanā part of the retreat. So the first thing I'm trying to say is that vipaśyanā is always part of Buddhist meditation. You're always supposed to do a little bit of this in that way. So there's nothing new there in terms of what we're about to do. However, this 4th gate of contemplation in terms of the nuances of this practice, for those of you out there or here that are interested, the specific term that's being used for contemplation is not actually vipassana, which could be translated right as like literally insight, right? What this gate is called is upalakshana. And if you are familiar with lakshana, characteristics or qualities, if you're a student of mine, you got to know about lakshana because I talk about them all the time. But this idea of the characteristics and qualities of the things of the world. We're talking size, shape, color, and number, but we're also talking about beautiful, ugly, talking about the characteristics of things. What qualities do they have? And if you refer back to something I was saying earlier, kind of when I was going off a little bit about being turned around by the objects of the world, kind of being at their mercy and being moved around, well, that's being moved by their lakshana, right? Because it's like, ooh, I want that. Ah, that has the characteristic of being scary. So we're moved by lakshana, by characteristics. This is the practice of upalakshana, kind of like getting on top of them in that way. So it's a very specific word or term that Zhiyi uses here, which is an aspect of vipassana. But my point is that in many ways, the next three gates are all the vipassana part of this. Now, if I slid this in earlier, but now let me kind of say it more explicit. There's a certain understanding, I think, from the Buddhist perspective, which is that these things that we're going to contemplate, you actually can't just jump into contemplating them. You can't really just jump right to there. You have to calm down a little bit. Because if you don't calm the mind down, you're just going to interpret all of this using your agitated monkey mind. So here's a very, very established idea in Buddhism that you gotta do some shamatha in order to do vipassana kind of properly in that way. And that's why it's a joint practice. Okay, so before we talk about what we're gonna contemplate, how we're gonna contemplate, let's talk about the realization of stabilization, right? Because remember, there's all these two aspects to each gate, cultivating it and then realizing it. We already cultivated stabilization, or at least we made our attempts at cultivating stabilization, right? And that was that idea of putting to rest all thought, taking anything as an objective condition, not engaging either in counting or following, just fixing the mind and making it still. That was the cultivating of stabilization. As for the realization of stabilization, one becomes aware of the body and mind seemingly vanishing entirely as they then enter into samadhi absorption. Sorry, just want to make sure I got this right. One does not observe any inward or outward appearances. This absorption, or this samadhi, embraces the mind as it remains continuously unmoving. One then has this thought: this very samadhi absorption belongs entirely to the sphere of causes and conditions. Its existence depends entirely on the conjunction of all of these causes and conditions associated with the five aggregates, the six sense realms, and the six sense bases. It's ultimately false, deceptive, and not actually reflective of reality. I am not now exercising any perceptive acuity or any form of conscious awareness. I must bring illuminating intelligence to bear here. Having reflected thus, one then immediately becomes free of any attachment to being stabilized and subsequently engages in the analysis associated with contemplation. So that's how you would know when you are ready to move out of stabilizing and into contemplation. A couple of bullet points there, right, in terms of the seemingly vanishing of the mind and the body, right? Which sort of makes sense, right? If you kind of got to that still stable mind, then the vanishing of mind and body would be a next sort of logical step where that would start to come on. But then the main thing that we want to kind of be aware of is that there's this really sophisticated Buddhist awareness, which is that even this still stable mind is a product of the things of the world. I got here by counting, I got here by following, I got here by stabilizing, I got here through the aggregates, I got here through the sense bases. So there's this realization that that very still, beautiful nonetheless, but still stable mind is still not true. And I don't mean like it's still not the ultimate reality. It is still going to be another Dharma in that way. And having had that realization about the stable mind, that's when the meditator, the practitioner, puts an end to stabilizing and moves to contemplation. So it's that realization that even though this stable mind is beautiful and stable, it's a product of causes and conditions. And so there's in a way, a desire, don't get all Buddhist on me with that, but there's an interest in going further than even being stabilized. And then that would be contemplation, and I will share with you in a moment what the practice of that looks like. But any questions?
Does the comment that is an insight in and of itself?
Yes.
Right, that this is all a product of, I'm sorry, I'm not talking to
No.
repeat what I said.
Yeah. So Noam had the great insight that just having that is an insight. Having that realization is vipassana. Indeed, there's levels to this. Okay, so everybody kind of get that. Also, by the way, this afternoon, we're gonna do the fourth gate or the 4 gates, and then we're gonna do the 5 gates and the 6 gates. This afternoon, though, I really encourage this adventuresome attitude. Yeah, that this is fun and all that, because I don't want anybody to get too bogged down by all of this, because I know it's starting to maybe be a lot already. There was like introduction of a lot of technical ideas there. And so I really want to encourage everybody to just sort of go into this afternoon in a very fun, exploratory way. And how can I put this? What I wanted to do actually, and don't worry, I'm not going to get I'm not going to digress too much. At the very beginning of the 6 gates, Zhiyi makes this little comment about how these 6 gates, this is how the Buddha got enlightened. This is how the Buddha did it. He sat under the Bodhi tree, he counted his breath, he followed his breath, he stabilized, he contemplated, he turned, he realized, or purification in that way. So what I'm getting at is that this process, especially this afternoon, this is what leads you to Buddhahood. So if you're not making it, don't worry about it. That's what I'm getting at. Like we're way out of our league. All of us are out of our league this afternoon, is my point. And so we are looking over the fence at what the Buddhas are doing, is my point. And being like, ooh, that's what they're doing back, So look at it that way, because I don't want anyone to be like, oh, I'm not stabilized enough to move into contemplation. It's like, no. Does everybody kind of get where my attitude's coming at with this, right? Like, so don't be afraid of any of this. Don't think it's too much. It's not too much at all. It's fun. So, awesome. So let's hear about contemplation, and then we'll do a sit, and I'll walk us through the counting and the following to the stabilizing. And then if everybody's feeling ready, you could try this. You could think about this. So, contemplation. This is the cultivation of contemplation. So, as for the cultivation of contemplation, In the midst of the mind immersed in stable samadhi absorption, one employs wisdom to make distinctions. One contemplates the fine and subtle features of the breath as it goes forth, coming in and going out. And the practitioner thinks it's like a wind in space. Even the consciousness of one's mind is ultimately impermanent. It does not abide for even a moment. Neither oneself nor anyone else ultimately exists. The dharmas of the body, sensations, and the mind are all ultimately devoid of any inherent nature. One is unable to ultimately apprehend the existence of any person or anything. On what then could this meditative absorption possibly depend? This is what is meant by the cultivation of contemplation. So did everybody catch it? So one of the things I actually needed to clarify, I should have clarified it earlier, in Zhiyi's book, he makes it clear that the first three gates are common to all kinds of meditation. And even, elementary school teachers will tell their kids to go count their breaths in the corner. So he says something to that effect, that everybody uses the whole counting, following, stabilizing to calm down and meditate. Everybody does that. But he says this is exclusive to the Bodhisattva path. But the Bodhisattva Mahayana part of this has to do with the contemplation of emptiness, that there ultimately isn't any true meditator or mind there taking place. And then you should wonder, what the heck is all of this resting on then? That is the contemplation. That was my quick summary of the contemplation. But what I want to make clear, though, is that in what we would call a Hinayana context, it would still be about counting, following, and stabilizing, and then moving to contemplation. But the contemplation would be about something like impermanence. The impermanence of everything, which is true. Nothing lasts. I have yet to see anything last forever, even for a few years in that way, right? So impermanence is a common theme to all forms of Buddhism. And if we were a Hinayana group, or if I were a Hinayana teacher in that way, the contemplation would be specifically about impermanence. But what I need you to recognize for this session going forward is that the Mahayana Bodhisattva critique, if you will, of the early form of Buddhism, of that early idea of impermanence, it has to do with how that way of thinking still sort of will always maintain the subject-object relationship. Always, because there is a world, an objective world, understood, constituted of dharmas, constituted of constituent elements, and that objective world has an existence of its own. And then there is this body of the aggregates, which is then fabricating a consciousness, and that consciousness is aware of that world. But the point is that fabricated consciousness might think that world is permanent, blissful, all of these wrong ideas about the world. And so Buddhism is about that emergent generated, the Hinayana is about that emergent state of consciousness being aware of the fact that all of this stuff is impermanent, so on and so forth. And then that constitutes a sort of clarity, enlightenment, if you will, in a Hinayana. But it's an awareness on a subjective part about the objective part. And yes, the kind of, not the ultimate goal, but the kind of goal or a goal of the Hinayana is the selfless experience, the anatta, the no self experience. But what that is that it is the pure objective world, being aware of itself. Through this, if you will, I'll keep doing this, but I'm speaking from a Hinayana point of view, by the way. But the idea is that there's a real objective world that outlives me, outlasts me, out-is me, yeah? And that objective world has fabricated a body of organs that is now aware of. So the world is aware of itself through me, says the Hinayana. But that awareness, it gets stupid. It gets attached, and it forgets that it is this. Like the pillow forgets it's itself looking at itself, says the Hinayana in that way. So there's that, which is cool. Like, forget about it. Hinayana Buddhism is dope. So that's awesome. But as a tradition, this developed into this deeper understanding through vipassana, through investigation. It came to this deeper understanding of what we call emptiness. I would like to, but I can't go a whole lesson on emptiness right now. I would like to. So you've probably heard me give it before. But ultimately, the thing about emptiness that's interesting, let me give you the 2-second version. So interesting about emptiness. Look, a microphone. Just one thing, right? Oh, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the microphone. Just one thing, right? Looks like more than one thing to me. All right, so you're telling me that this plug or whatever, I think it's part of the microphone, but it probably isn't. So I'm gonna take the plug and I'm gonna put that over there. But then there's like wiring in there, there's this part. So if I take this top part, which is kind of just a protective casing of the microphone, right? Because the really sensitive part is underneath this metal. So let me get rid of this metal casing and I'll put that over there, right? So what I'm really asking then is, where's the microphone that I could put over there? Right, because I know where the plug is that I would put over there. I know where this is that I'd put over. Where's the microphone though? Oh, you mean the microphone that's made of this and this and this and this and that? What I'm getting at is that it's so simple, so subtle, so interesting. If you start looking around, you'll notice that there's no singularities anywhere. There's no one, whatever, right? Oh, look, you might think, oh, look, but it's a cup, right? Does this need to be part of this? And then even if I got down to a nice handleless mug, we could get to the molecular level that we all know about, and we would realize that there's no one anything here, there, or anywhere. Anybody following that logic there? It's so subtle. It's so subtle that if you start looking around, you'll realize that there's no one thing. Everything is sort of an amalgamation of what I think are one things. But I'm only able to think of those one things, the constituent parts. I'm only able to think of those constituent parts because I have the idea of the whole that they're making up. So you start to see the feedback loop of awareness going on where, oh, look, it's a TV. Is it though? Where's the TV? And we start to realize that it's the mind that has this, goodie bag of words, right? And it has all these words that it gets to then throw around. Everybody follow me on this. Again, I'm trying not to digress into a crazy whole lecture on emptiness, but if you keep it real simple, like, oh, look, my glasses. Ha, really? One? Oh, I guess that's why we call them a pair. No, but you see what my point is? We think of this as just one object. Think again, right? So if you're following me on this, this is a very, very subtle idea, but if you start to look at anything, a plant, and anything, be like, oh, there's not a single thing there. I'm repeating this multiple times to really let it sink in because there's a major singularity that we're confused about. And it's the idea that there's a hand in a hand and some organs and hair and eyes and all of this, but I think it's just one thing. And I call that me, I. So if you notice, if you put those two ideas together, where there's no microphone, but look, there's a microphone. There's no TV, but look, there's a TV. Look, there's a Michael, but is there a Michael? This is the contemplation. This is actually the contemplation of that idea of like, if there isn't any singular entity that actually ultimately is Michael, who or what the heck is going on here? That's the contemplation, and it's only the fourth gate. So if it seems incomplete, all right, that might have been a lot for everybody, so Jimmy.
The thing that has always made that easier for me to grasp is, yeah, everything is made of all these constituent parts. Therefore, it's very difficult, impossible to say that any one thing is one thing. It's a bunch of constituent parts in relationship to one another. And then all of those seemingly one things that we conceive of are also in relationship to one another. The TV is in relationship to our eyes and ears. The microphone is in relationship to your voice and my voice. You and everybody in this room and the folks online are all in relationship to one another. So it goes on and on and on, out to outer space. So, yeah, and at that point, it's like, yeah, what the fuck is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
A whole lot that is ripe for contemplation.
Now I'm gonna jump right in off of what Jimmy said because I want to mention something. So I mentioned before that it's tricky to just jump into contemplation. And what I want us to notice is that because I just jumped us into contemplation, there's a way in which we're hearing all of this and it's like too much, right? Jimmy took us to the outer reaches of the universe. Did you see how quickly we got to the outer reaches of the universe by thinking this way? But thinking this way in the post-lunch mind, right? Where our mind's gonna be like, ooh, that's exciting, give me some more, woo! And what I kind of want us to understand is that no. Once we have counted and followed and stabilized, and that mind is crystal clear, and then we're just looking at that mind that is perfectly still, and then there's this contemplation of, but what the heck is that? What is that resting on? Where is that coming from? And again, this is a contemplation, so it's incomplete at this point. We want to be curious about this still, stable mind, aware of everything that Jimmy just said, but not in an excited mode, in a calm mode where we're very like, what is causing this still mind? Those types of questions where we're really asking deep questions about the nature of ourself, but not in this excited way, this calm way, yeah?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so we're not gonna be like answering the question.
Exactly.
We're not gonna be like, oh, it's this is that. It's more like keeping an open mind and just being like, oh, what is this?
Yeah.
Kind of?
Exactly, because these questions are not easily answered. And arguably, they're not answerable in a kind of koan way, right? Where actually the idea that a question needs an answer is a very rigid way of thinking in that sense.
It's very important for us that are very analytical.
Yes.
We'll be
No,
like,
and I'm glad you asked. Yeah.
I'll be quick. Sorry. It sounded like a fuzzy line between shunyata and dependent origination, because if I didn't...
In my world, there is no line between those two. Okay, so I figured contemplation would take a little longer to explain, but is everybody feeling a little okay about what would be going on there in contemplation? Yeah. Well, now let's sit then. So, as always, let's find a nice, comfortable position, standing, seated, however you like. Seiza, however you like. Forget everything we just talked about. It's just the breath and number one. But again, take a moment just to locate the breath. And really just start with those localized feelings of breathing. Rising and the falling of the chest, expansion and contraction of the belly. Just the most obvious aspects of the breathing. And once you feel like you've identified the breath, breathe in, breathe out, and count one. And remember, we want to let the breath do whatever it would like to do. We just want to watch it. So if it's clenched and not moving so well, just observe that. If you're breathing in deep, just observe that too. If you feel comfortable, you can move on to following the breath now. If you feel like you are well aware of your breathing. Feel the mind becoming more concentrated the longer you stay focused on following the breath. And of course, at any point, you can return to counting, but stay engaged with the breath somehow, either through counting or following. So if you're following the breath and you feel so inclined, you feel prepared, you can move to the third gate of stabilization. Remember, the mind in stabilization is like a mirror-like pond, utterly reflective of everything around it, but totally still. When we're cultivating stabilization, we want to be aware of the reactive, clinging mind versus the mind that just allows the noises, allows the bodily sensations just come and go, like reflections in a mirror. if you're feeling distracted, of course, we return to counting the breath. But if you feel well stabilized, if you feel clear and still, you can begin to transition to contemplation. And this is asking that very interesting question, who or what is meditating? But again, we only ask these questions from that place of a still, calm mind. Are the lungs breathing? Is the body breathing? Am I breathing? What is it that breathes? Asking these questions should be pulling you into an even deeper state of calm. If it's too stimulating, return to counting the breath. As for the realization of contemplation, when one is contemplating in this way, one becomes aware of the breath entering, exiting, and pervading the entire body, extending even to each individual hair pore. The mind's eye opens with clarity, and one thoroughly sees all things composing the body, as well as all of the organisms therein, inward and outward, and all the changes occurring, even in every thought moment. Once the characteristic features of contemplation have been realized, the mind takes the very domain that is contemplated as its objective condition, and proceeds then to make distinctions and a deconstructing analysis of it. One consequently becomes aware that the onward flowing movement of thought does not amount to a reality-based path. At such a time, one should then relinquish the process of contemplation and proceed towards turning. Anything to report? Anybody?
I feel like I'm not spending, I feel like it is like kind of these levels, and I keep going back to counting, which I'm okay with now, because I don't think I spend a lot of time in stabilization or contemplation. But I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep practicing, and maybe it'll get easier. And so I guess this is kind of my interpretation.
Excellent. That is very much what I'm hoping for, is sort of making some attempts, some curiosity towards reaching towards those other gates. But the practice of returning to the breath, I keep saying it, I know, but this is a grand trick into just doing counting breath for all day. It really is. It's to make you be like, I'll just go back to counting. And it's like, I got you.
I just felt like there was a firming up of the following, so a little better. I certainly didn't get to contemplation, but it was, progress.
That is exactly what I meant by the cumulative of, even if it's taking some time. Like if you're just getting like, I get following now. Awesome. Like that's great. Yeah. That's really how this is supposed to work in that way, or how I wanted the retreat to go. So.
I just have to keep reminding myself that if I try to jump ahead before I'm ready, I'm going to miss the benefit of establishing these so-called preliminary stages of counting, following, and stability. So in that sense, why would I jump ahead thinking that I'm going to attain the fruits of, 5 and 6?
Yep.
Which I'm not. And not only am I not going to attain 5 and 6, but I'm not even going to get 1, 2, 3 if I don't go back to 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
So just go back to 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
If that's what's happening.
Awesome. Yeah, and really, Jimmy, it's why I made that reference, I think it was after the second retreat, and asked, did anybody feel stabilization coming on? Because I really wanted everybody to understand that these flow very naturally into each other in that way. It's almost sort of the next logical step, if you will. And now, after this retreat, they'll be in there somewhere, right? Well, you'll know them, and then the idea is that they'll just naturally unfold, and it won't be this sort of striving to get to that gate. It'll just start to appear. So.
I don't mean to gainsay Jimmy, but I thought, hey, we're going to have some fun. I've sat a lot of Vipassana. I saw that, oh, hey, I'll just get who's meditating or who's counting. You know, I've actually had that because I've done a lot of counting over the years, as I said earlier. But yeah, I sat in clarity, and then I got mushy and had little distractions, but that's what we do.
Yep, that is what we do. Excellent. Online? Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will try to put this into words. So during the contemplation, I think the stabilization was okay, and I thought I would continue. So what I noticed was thoughts or images came into being, or forms rather, to maybe disturb. I don't know. The mind is trying to claim its territory and not letting me ask those questions. That is, yeah, what I got from this time. It's really interesting. And it's so easy to just lose focus, or in this case, maybe regain focus. So, yeah, so I need to go back counting.
By the way, I did want to mention, meant to mention this earlier. The comment kind of prompted me to think of this. So there's a number of very early Buddhist texts, Buddhist sutras, from the early tradition that describe the Buddha becoming awakened, becoming enlightened. And it describes the practice of śamatha-vipaśyanā. And in the early descriptions, what I find is very interesting is the descriptions are about how the calming, the shamatha, leads to the vipassana. So they describe Siddhartha, right, the young Buddha, calming down, transitioning to vipassana insight, but then it says, he said in the sutra, that the insight work or the vipassana gets too stimulating. And so he transitions back to calming down. And then he says he noticed that in the calming, he basically got lethargic or sleepy. And so engaged the mind in contemplation, but then noticing contemplation getting too stimulating, goes back to calming. And it's a kind of a vacillation, if you will, between those two that sort of goes to awakening. And so when I finally read that, I was like, oh, that's so clear of how those two are supposed to kind of work together in that way. So the comment, not directly related to that, of course, but reminded me of that, where these practices are going to be, they're going to necessitate each other in that way. Yeah. So, awesome. Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you should be well rested if you're going to meditate, or else you'll be more prone to falling asleep.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky one in that way, because I know some people like to meditate in the evening before going to sleep as a kind of nidra or a kind of calming. But in general, yes. Yeah, as a rule of thumb, yeah. All right, let's talk about turning. So you noticed, or you might have noticed, that I introduced you to the realization of contemplation while we were contemplating, because I wanted to take advantage of us all being in that state of mind to hear about like why you would be prompted, right? So again, the basic idea of that was about, oh, and actually, before that, because I was going to say this during the last session, but I didn't. I want to remind everybody too, if you hadn't noticed, that we are always being aware of the breath. Either we are counting it, we are following it, or the stabilized mind is having the breathing bounce off of it like a mirror, but we are still aware of the breathing. It's just no longer this sense of me breathing, it's just the still mind not observing the breathing, but again, just sort of reflectively, but we're aware of it. Language is getting tricky at this point, right? But we're aware of the breathing, and then the contemplation is contemplating the breathing. But in this kind of way, this curious way of like, who is breathing? What is breathing? If all is empty, what is underlying this breathing? So the questions around breathing are actually, they're keeping you focused on the breathing. So I want us to be aware of that. We are never not aware of the breathing. We're just aware of it in different maybe apertures or what have you. Choose your own analogy, but that kind of shifting the focus on the breath. But the breath is always right there in front of us, or not in front of us, but you get my point. It's always kind of the focus, if you will. So the idea here is that it speaks about how one becomes aware of the breath, exiting and entering the body. But then the idea here is, let me get to it's about how one consequently becomes aware that the onward flowing movement of thought does not amount to a reality-based path. In other words, one of the things that I want to kind of come back to, I'm going to try, this is, by the way, trying to really explain turning. I mentioned in the beginning of the retreat that turning is not about turning away from. I wanted to make that really clear, that when we hear this word turning, and we might think turning inward, and then therefore moving away from the external world and moving inward. No, that's not the turning. The turning is about moving from a subject-object way of thinking to not that way of thinking, right? And so the idea here is that the kind of thinking that we are turning away from is, in a way, language-based thinking, constructed thinking, prapancha, they might call it in Buddhism, kind of this kind of constructed thought ideas. We're moving away from all of that chatter in that way, and now turning in that way away from that type of mind to, well, this is where it's going to get tricky. So we'll have to hear about the cultivation of turning. So this is what Zhiyi has to say about how to do this. What do you do if you're ready and realized in your contemplation and ready to move on to the turning? He says, as for cultivating turning, one should turn back the direction of one's contemplation so that one now contemplates that very mind that is engaged in contemplation. One should then realize that the contemplative mind itself is originally unproduced or unborn. Because it's unproduced or unborn, it ultimately doesn't exist. Because it does not exist, it's just empty of any inherent existence. Because it is empty of any inherent existence, there is no mind actually engaged in contemplation. This perishing of both the objective sphere and the faculty of knowing is the essential factor in turning back to the source, he says. This is the characteristic feature of the cultivation of turning. Questions?
So who's meditating or who's counting or how is that another step beyond that? Is contemplating who's contemplating? I mean, is that?
Yep. At this point, at the turning point, what we need to be kind of aware of, Robert, is we might call it reification, like the turning into a reality what is only just ultimately a word or a concept, which is ultimately what is happening with the idea that because I can talk about I, because I can talk about me, I think there must therefore be such a thing as I and me, right? And so the turning away is, or the turning, trying to find the exact language, the turning back towards the origin in that way, or the source as he calls it. It's about understanding that the mind is chattering away in language. And what we want to do is talk about the mind. No, that's more language. That's more chattering in language. You see the problem here. It's a room we're trying to get out of, but we don't quite know where the door is in that way, if you see what I mean. So that idea of the contemplative mind, there's this perishing of both the objective sphere and the faculty of knowing. So this is where the subject-object relationship is falling apart, but it's falling apart out of the contemplation, is my point. It's not a forced falling apart of the subject-object relationship. That's why there's this building up of the calming of the first three gates that allow for the contemplation, this kind of question of what exactly is this? And when there's that realization that, oh, this mind, it's more chatter. And I don't mean it is chattering. I mean the word mind is another one of these constructs. How do I get out of the constructs? You turn away from the constructs. But notice that the construct is also the idea of inside as much as outside.
Like your pancreas is producing insulin, your brain is producing thoughts, and you're the awareness is behind it. Is that, am I in the weeds?
No, only because you just used a bunch more words to try to talk about, and that's why it's an experience that we can't talk about it. We're not gonna be able to talk about it. If you see
That's
what
why I said from your lesson of, was it the Heart Sutra?
Yeah, awesome.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the turning happens when if I'm hearing this right, there's no discursive thought. That's like one of the hallmarks.
Yep.
What is the mechanism though? Like I've had this experience and it just happens like someone's turned off the lights. I don't feel I have any agency over it.
In a way, that's good. Because agency is an illusion at this level that we're talking at.
So you're just setting the tone, you're setting the stage and you're hoping it's gonna happen.
I would leave out
But
the
there's
hoping it's gonna
intention in
happen.
there.
But
There's intention. So
Yes.
is that the?
Yes.
But the intention isn't will, it's intention. And then it happens or it doesn't.
Indeed, intention is beforehand, going into the meditation, right? In that way.
Okay.
And like you said, I like your language where you're saying where the first three gates, or four gates even, are setting the stage, creating the conditions, to use Buddhist language, right? We're creating the conditions for something to happen. If we try to make it happen, that's going to be the more papancha, more conceptualization, and it's not the right turning. The turning that we're going for is, again, it'll happen automatically because the stage has been set.
Okay.
You know?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
It's my thoughts looking at my thoughts.
No.
No, let me finish. The thoughts get, as I calm down, I sit there and I'm examining, I open myself up. Then the question is, well, what's watching? Yes, and then that is let go of. There's this beautiful state of just, aha, moment, but it's only a moment. Who's talking to who's talking to who's talking to what? Mm-hmm. That's the lovely part of it and the curiosity of it. Because there's no there. And that's what I enjoy. So, well, at this point.
Yep.
But then it's always coming back to the breath. coming back to the breath. The mind and thoughts are not the mind and thoughts.
He's spoken like a true master. You said it, not me.
I feel like I'm living in a koan right now.
Good.
So let it ride, like set the stage and then don't be trying to do.
So let me help out a little bit. I'll try to help out a little bit. What it is that in the point of contemplation, where we're coming to all of these realizations, or I wouldn't even say coming to these realizations, but contemplating in the way that we're contemplating regarding a lot of the ideas that we talked about, emptiness and so on. At the very kind of, apex, if you will, of that contemplation, there should be, and this is where it gets tricky because I'm actually trying to be a good, like, Zhiyi type of a Buddhist here. And what I mean is that if I were a Hinayana teacher, this would be a lot easier for me, frankly, because what I would tell you to do, or what I would tell you is going on with the turning, is it is this a kind of a development of a distaste for conditional dharmas. And it's a development of like, where it's like, oh, and if this mind is just that, then there's this turning away from it. If I were a Hinayana, this is this sort of, it's this, what they call this kind of distaste or displeasure for the world. But I'm not a Hinayana guy. I don't like to teach Buddhism that way, where it's developing this kind of bad taste for the world. So in the Mahayana, there's a similar, or at least in the turning stage of this, there's a similar interest then in moving away then from the conditional, but not because it is defiled, impure, wrong, and what have you, the language of Hinayana. We want to move away from it because it's, as Zhiyi says, it's not true. It's literally like a mirage in that way, where it's like, it's as if all of my hopes and dreams have been resting on this mirage. And it would be better for you to then not have such a attraction for the mirage. But not because the mirage is nasty or dirty or impure, because it's not true. So this idea that the mind that we normally use, again, language is falling apart here, right? So nobody call me out on the self pronoun and all that, but that we, that I, the mind that we're using in that way is this a gunky conditional mind all the time. And we're wondering why this is dissatisfactory in that Buddhist way, right? And what we're moving towards, it's why I kind of keep using my visual space the way I do, where we're transitioning out of that conditioned, habituated, suffering mind and moving towards what he calls, and I'll use Zhiyi's language, the source. The source. Not a byproduct of the source, which is both that and this. Both sides are a byproduct of the source. By the way, anybody in the room who cares, the source is alaya vijnana, storehouse consciousness in this tradition. That's what we're moving towards, is the underlying consciousness out of which the subject and object relationship are arising. All right, that was a lot. I know that was a lot, but I just had to get it in there for anybody who was listening.
Is the storehouse consciousness just like everything? What?
Sure. That'll do for now. Yeah.
You said this is Yogacara, right?
Indeed, Zhiyi uses the language of Yogacara to describe the joint practice of śamatha-vipaśyanā. Yeah. All right, other questions, comments, answers, or ideas?
The one thing that comes to me about what's being described here about the turning is that all of these stages up and through contemplation, language is kind of adequate to describe them. and to show what's happening while we're engaged in these, including contemplation. However different than ordinary perception of Dharma is, contemplation nevertheless is still in the realm of language, whereas turning lets go of that, and therefore these concepts have no I involved in them. They just exist in and of themselves in this very kind of, for lack of a better term, empty kind of way. But there's no way that language can adequately describe them, because they don't exist in that way at all.
Yeah, I'll see my way out.
Language is dualistic too.
Sure, by its very nature.
I was just saying, language is dualistic.
That's what we're getting to. So, excellent, Jimmy. Yeah, again, I don't know.
Fix me, Jimmy. That was it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Yeah, no, seriously, that was it.
Yeah, it's really that that Zhiyi has said, let me give you this one provisional thing to think about, which is your own breath. And then I'm going to take that away from you. But we're going to start with a conventional use of language and descriptions and being. And it's actually why Annette's original question way back at the beginning about the breathing, should it be like more localized or global? And I didn't actually realize what a great question that was. I'm so glad she asked it, because yes, in the first sit, when we're just counting, we've just gotten off the street. So yeah, we're thinking, we're talking, my back hurts, it's the normal default mode. And so yeah, we begin with the very localized experiences of breathing. But in following, it becomes that more full body, expansive, global breathing. And then it just keeps getting more expansive and more expansive as these gates unfold. Yeah.
Then you ask who's the one who breathed, and it makes no sense.
Exactly.
And that's what it's like.
Yay. Wow, this is working. Excellent.
Michael, could you repeat it?
Not as well as she did.
When you were using turning, I was like the first time I was like, oh yeah, it's not turning. Whatever I think turning is, he means something else. And then when you were speaking, I was like, oh, I couldn't. It was hard for me to get away from like turning as rotating.
Yes.
It was like like it was both like volitional and like too perspective-y.
Yep.
An idea of turning, and yeah, and you got me there. That was cool.
So Brendan's comment really makes me realize I need to share this with you, because so many of you have probably heard me say something before. So one of my favorite quotes from a Buddhist text, from a Buddhist sutra, from the Shurangama Sutra, the line is about how ordinary beings are turned around by dharmas. A Buddha turns dharmas around. It's a great line. So let me break it down for you. So the idea is that, and I've been saying it actually all day, but let me reiterate. Normally, default mode, common individual being is turned around by the phenomena of the world, in that it gets to us, the language of triggering, right? It triggers us to, think this way, again, be afraid, want this, feel bad about yourself, feel good about yourself. And we just are turned around by dharmas. A Buddha, it says, turns dharmas around. That's the turning that is being referred to here, is the turning around in the idea of like, you're real and beautiful. Turn around, you're empty and non-existent. And therefore, how could you possibly affect me if you're actually empty in that way? So that is turning the Dharma around, turning a Dharma around, versus being turned around by Dharmas. And that's the whole point of all of this, is developing a mind that is not turned around by dharmas. So, well, thank you, Brennan, because your comment reminded me. That's the whole point of turning. Yeah, that's what it means.
And then, like you said,
yeah,
when there's no one that's getting, how did you put it?
I didn't even make an attempt, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Want to say that again?
Yeah, because it was really.
It was really good.
Yeah.
What I said was that, I don't know, in my experience, like the breath become like a pulsation. And then when you ask who's breathing, it makes no sense. Yeah. Right? So.
Indeed. That is pure contemplation right there.
Yeah.
Is that
The breath becomes
pulsation?
a pulsation? Indeed. It is
everything like.
It is actually rather delusional from a Buddhist point of view to think that you are breathing, as if like you have a choice in the matter.
But that's why I think like for me it was a bit like confusing to get to this point of like pulsating and then go back to the mind for the contemplation and kind of like, huh?
But how about?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
and this is when it's kind of like, well, that makes no sense. Like the question is not wrong, but it's just like you need to use like other words or like, I don't know, not even words.
Yep. And I would suggest at this next gate of turning, you contemplate thought as pulsations.
And I mean, sorry, just one thing real quick. You know, the sensation for me sometimes gets to the point where it's just sensation.
Yep.
There's no one having it. It's just there. So.
Excellent. And by the way, this is amazing too, because the comments are totally anticipating purification, by the way, the next gate. Like both these last comments are anticipating this sort of like, oh, well then, aren't all dharmas equal then? If all of this that we've been thinking about is like the case, then aren't all dharmas on a very, very even level playing field? And I'm being kind of silly for letting any of them get to me? So that's where we're headed. Any other questions, comments, ideas? All right, so we've spent a little bit of time, which is good though, because again, I said this at the beginning, I didn't want to move ahead if anybody was sort of left behind. I know folks just came in for this afternoon, so I hope I can do good to guide you through it. So yeah, let's get into our fifth session, our fifth sit. This will be the gate of turning. But as usual, I'm going to walk us through the first 4 gates. So everybody, let's get a nice, comfortable seated position. All right. And once again, let's just start by locating our breath. So the most obvious bodily sensations associated with breathing, let's bring our attention to those just to locate the breath. And once we feel as if we know what the breath is, let's begin focusing on the inhalations and exhalations. We want to be very aware of every stage of the breath. From the very beginning of inhaling, following it all the way to the fullest capacity, and then following the breath out. And when you feel like you have a good hold of the breath there, we breathe in, we breathe out, and we count 1. Then we breathe in, and breathe out, and count 2. Continue counting up to 10. And of course, if you get distracted, we just return counting to 1. Remember to stay focused on the breath. And if you feel ready, the next time you reach up to 10 breaths, you can transition to following the breath, simply being aware of each inhalation and exhalation. No need to count. Of course, if you become distracted while following the breath, return to counting the breath up to 10, and then resume following. I want to encourage you to use the inhalation as a moment to gather and focus your attention, and then the exhalation as a moment to relax. So again, each inhalation, we're becoming really focused on our whole body and the breathing, and then we relax. Each exhalation bringing us deeper into a state of calm stillness. Now, if you're following the breath, and if you're feeling very calm and very stable, you can begin to transition to the third gate, stabilization. Feeling the mind move to that very still, calm place. There is still the breathing, but it is just reflecting off the mirror-like mind. And we sit stabilized in that still mind. If at any point you've drifted into thinking about something other than the breath, return to counting. if you're feeling very stable, very still, then you can begin the practice of the gate of contemplation. Again, we contemplate the breath as being like a wind in empty space. We consider the nature of the breath, the location of the breath, but with a calm, still mind, we contemplate that very nature of the breathing. I want to encourage you to approach contemplation with curiosity, in interest. And so we want to use the noises outside as a part of our contemplation by noticing the intertwining of the mind and the noises outside. And noticing how they are part of the mind. And in that contemplation, being aware that everything internal and external is just causes and conditions intertwined with one another. In that contemplation, we can begin the practice of turning. And again, this is understanding that both subject and object are conditional. And so rather than being turned around by dharmas, that still mind begins turning dharmas around. The mind that contemplates this way is not a thing, and therefore it's not located anywhere. This mind is not a thing. Therefore, it doesn't belong to anyone. Continue returning to the source of both subject and object. If at any point you don't find turning or contemplating pleasant and calming, please return to counting the breath. Now, regardless of what gate you are currently practicing, let's all begin a practice of turning by just remembering what I was saying regarding the difference between being turned around by things versus turning them around. So let's all practice a little bit of turning dharmas around, not being affected by them. And in that state, there could be the realization of turning. As for the realization of turning, the wisdom of the mind opens forth and develops in a way no longer requiring one to bring to bear any additional effort. It carries on in a way allowing one to naturally be able to invoke analysis, turning back towards the source. This is what is meant by the realization of turning. Okay, so that was the fifth gate, turning. I want to remind everybody that we're peeking over the fence at Buddhahood in that way. So if there was no turning going on, or if your contemplation wasn't totally on point, it really is just about, I think if we are going to become Buddhas in that sense, then we have to have that initial exposure to all of this, right? So this is the initial exposure maybe for some of us. So. All right, any comments, questions, ideas about that? Tanya?
So 2 comments. The feeling of equanimity is exquisite. And the second one is, you were talking about source, but it felt to me like there's no source. It's more like everything is a verb. And there's no inside, no outside. It's just things happening. And that also fed in with when you were talking about the microphone and things, it's just, there's things happening and they're all interconnected, but they're more like verbs. And again, it didn't feel to me like there was a source. It's just a big kind of gamish.
I hear you. Zhiyi is a little curious actually in that way in the Buddhist world for using the language of source or origin. Now, for Zhiyi, what he's interested in actually is not using the language of cause, not using the language actually of origin, like as in temporally primary or temporally first in that way. Source is a little tricky. I hear you. I think the key to understanding what he means by source and what he means by the turning in that way, it's about sort of a response that I gave to Robert earlier, but if you reify source as a thing or a place, then we will miss it, right? Because things and places are part of the conditional realm. So it's tricky to refer to it as anything. In fact, even it is misleading, right? Because it then puts it as like, well, there's this and then there's that. There's the enlightened mind. It's like, no. It's sort of more, this is all, Buddhism's so subtle that way because it's so, what we are thinking about or contemplating at that last turning phase, the mind is total. So not over here looking at that, it's all mind, but we have already contemplated the very kind of emptiness. So when we understand the totality of mind, we don't get all delusions of grandeur and godhood of like, oh, I am everything, right? No, because it's like, sure, but everything's empty. So just as long as you remember that, then it's okay. So you see my point. So sources, so if it's convenient for you to remember that, oh, emptiness is source, then that might be a upaya or a convenient way to think.
Totally, that would be consistent, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's closer to what he's pointing at. Yeah. But he doesn't want you to think everything's flying out of that in that way. Yeah.
Just sort of a language thing. Would it be apt to say there are the symptoms of existence, and then we turn to there just being existence as opposed to a source?
The way you put it, not to say the way you're thinking, but the way you put it still sounds rather subject, object, me, and ity. So, so for some preliminary gates, that might be cool. But for the definitely turning gate where we're at, yeah, we want to be way beyond. Yeah, because we've sort of already gone through this emptiness gateway like contemplation is really about, oh, isn't that funny that there's no microphone, but it looks like there's a microphone, which is maybe what you were getting with the idea of symptoms versus.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm hear you, but again, the way you put it. Yeah. Questions, comments, answers, ideas? We have one more sit to do. We're going to go through all 6 gates. It's going to be amazing. Before we do that, though, I did already, during the session, I read to you a little bit about the realization of turning, right? So again, it's about wisdom. That's the key in this, Buddhism talks a lot about wisdom. Well, this is where it's at, where wisdom understands what's going on at this point. Not the mind or thought or thinking or me understanding X, Y, and Z. No. There's just wisdom that opens forth, he says, right? And it develops in a way no longer requiring any effort. So one of my things I love about this, the way this is presented, this practice, that this actually just keeps getting easier and easier and easier, actually. In terms of they flow into one another effortlessly. And in fact, if you're doing anything, then you're doing it wrong, because it should just be flowing into one another, right? So the practitioner should then realize that, and this, I didn't read this because it's a little complicated, but he says the practitioner should at this point, in realization of turning, they should realize that if they desire to retreat into a circumstance involving an absence of both objective sphere and a knowing faculty, utterly apart from an objective sphere and a knowing faculty, then at just such a time, that's when you relinquish the gateway of turning and begin to establish the mind in the path of purification. So it's when in that state of turning, when you're like, yeah, I would really love to get out of this subject-object relationship that's going on here. That would be actually exciting. And again, this is what I mean, where there's a development of a mind that would want to do that and know what it would mean to do that, right? And that's what I keep saying by like, we can't actually understand that right now. We can only kind of understand that once we're in that 4th, 5th gate. And then we're like, oh yeah, that's that idea of like, so you get a little tap on your shoulder that, oh, the complete dissolution of a subject-object thing would be desirable. And if that starts to occur, that's the key or the cue to transition to purification. Again, I don't like the language of purification. It's part of the tradition. But allow me to explain, or at least read his description of the cultivating of this para-vishuddhi, this moving towards purification. As for the cultivation of purification, through realizing the purity of the aggregate of form, one refrains from generating false thoughts about it and does not course in any discriminations about it. The same is true with respect to sensations, perception, conditioning, and consciousness, the other aggregates, right? One puts to rest the defilement of all false thinking. This is what constitutes the cultivation of purification. One also puts to rest the defilement of coursing in discriminations. This too qualifies as a cultivation of purification. So not discriminating, not thinking that the aggregates are ugly, stupid, bad, terrible, or whatever, right? So that's what they mean by no discrimination regarding the body of form, sensations, right? And then also, again, coursing in non-discrimination about the world. One also puts to rest the defilement of grasping at the self as well. This is also what is meant by the cultivation of purification. To put what is essential, if one is able to bring about the mind, if one is able to bring it about that the mind conforms to its fundamental purity, this is what qualifies as the cultivation of purification. On that note, this is what the key to all of this is that from a Mahayana Bodhisattva path point of view, the mind in all of this is already pure. It's already equanimous. It's already equal. That is the case already. It is the adding to that that is the problem, if you will. It is the discriminating of this is better than that. It is the discriminating of I suck, but they're so cool. If only I could be like them. All of that discriminating that's the impurity. But the point is that there's nothing actually impure that needs to be purified. That actually is a kind of more of a Hinayana early Buddhist approach, where this is kind of like, has like malware, or like is impure, and therefore needs to be like purified. It's a very different approach actually when you come to it from a place of like, no, it's already the case that it's pure. So what I actually need to do is like kind of stop resisting that, if that makes sense. I don't have to bring it about, is my point. So it's, say again? Get out of the way. It's much more like rolling downhill than climbing uphill in that way, where we think that the purity is at the top of the mountain and I have to struggle and climb to get to the top. No, you can roll down to the bottom in that way. And that's all of that language of that this keeps getting more effortless in that way. All right, and since we'll be in the state of purification, here's Zhiyi's description of the realization of purification. As for the realization of purification, when one is cultivating in this manner, one experiences a sudden penetration through to a circumstance wherein the mind is in perfect accordance with wisdom. Unimpeded upaya, unimpeded skillful means just continuously manifest, and abiding in the direct experience of samadhi, the mind remains free of any dependence on anything at all. I gladly. So, in this state, unimpeded upaya, unimpeded skillful means continuously manifest, and abiding in the direct experience of this samadhi, the mind remains free of any dependence on anything at all. That's what we've been aiming for all day, by the way, is a mind, a state of mind that is in no dependence on anything at all. And by dependence, there are so many subtle layers to that, right? Dependence in terms of feeling good or whatever. That's probably the most gross level of dependence on phenomena. But then at an even subtler level, we've already been dealing with the idea of a mind that is actually just arising from the stuff. And then the stuff in that mind are wrapped up together. And we're trying to turn in a way away from that complex. So that all makes sense as far as purification and what that would kind of mean in that way. Yeah. Cool.
Not yet. So the second part is like,
the second part is enlightenment, by the way. So
well, I mean, let's just chill out there for a second and try to figure it out. Is that like, okay, so I'm free, I'm not, what was it? Oh, I'm not dependent on things being good or bad or the way I want them. Great. That's fine. That's nice. And then the second one is sort of like, you're free of like the concept of like existence, non-existence kind of a thing. You're just,
I would actually say that at least what Zhiyi is describing is not actually so heady. So when he describes, by the way, when he says that at the point of the realization of purification, so again, this is tantamount to awakening and enlightenment, right? He says this thing about unimpeded skillful means continuously manifest. What could that possibly mean?
Everything is a lesson all the time.
Indeed, But from the point of view of the mind that is in this state, I hear you, Jimmy, but I would actually read that more as we are talking about what in the common vernacular we would call a flow state, of knowing exactly what to do at exactly the right time. And there's no deliberation beforehand. There is just utter spontaneous wisdom.
So
That is the description.
Quicker than a lesson.
Say again?
Quicker than a lesson. It's
Exactly.
flow state.
Exactly. That's why I hesitated. I didn't want to disagree with you, but indeed, it is deeper than that. It is a continuous flow state. And if you read the whole book versus just this little snippet, this is much more than about a 24/7 lived experience of this state, not just on the cushion once I've gone through the 5 gates and I'm like in that state. We are working on cultivating it to the point where we're locked in, or it is locked in.
Integration.
So my
That's
question is,
tricky language. But one second.
a Buddha would be in that state all the time, correct? In
Yes,
that
that's what we're getting at.
purification?
Yes,
Like all the time?
all the time.
Wow. Okay, so my other question is, the more often we enter that state, or I guess that's the word enter, that's what's creating this equanimity in our lives that we carry beyond the cushion in our life. Would you say that's kind of right?
Once again, the beginning of the language, because I didn't catch the verb and I don't want to agree to, what did
Yeah.
you say?
So being in the sixth gate
Yeah,
is a mechanism for acquiring equanimity that carries through your whole, like your daily life. It changes your baseline.
this whole practice changes the baseline. I wouldn't want to put it just at the last gate, at least in the way that we've done it, because this whole practice is so cumulative in that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you could imagine a state, all right, Maureen, if you could imagine a state in which you are always aware of your breathing, but not in any, belabored way, you are just never not mindful. Could you imagine such a thing?
No.
Not, could you imagine Maureen being in such a state, but could you imagine?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah. So the idea is that kind of awareness, which we don't currently have all the time. In fact, we are most often not aware of our breathing. And the problem with that from a kind of actual really basic Buddhist point of view is not recognizing, as we have said so many times today, not recognizing the intimate relationship between breathing and thought. So isn't that a problem then if we are breathing mindlessly, but that mindless breathing is what is constituting our thought? That could probably explain a lot of things in terms of anxiety, stress, and worry, is the fact that we are breathing in a way that is mindless and then normally clenched, tight, what have you. And if you're really deep into the interconnectedness of this, then you need to realize that a mindlessness of breathing produces a mindless way of thinking.
It spirals.
Spirals way up. And so that it all begins with the breathing in this practice. And it's really sophisticated in that way in terms of the anatomy, biology, and all of this, and really getting down to the breathing as this really, how can I put this? At least on a really basic level, we're talking about oxygen. We're talking about oxygenating ourselves. And if we are like, I'm so nervous and my stomach is so clenched, I'm not oxygenating my body. And so all of my organs are starving. And that puts my body in this really stressed out situation. You don't think that's going to create a mind state that's utterly freaked out? So the breathing is this gateway to developing a new mind, new way of a new type of a mind. But the idea here is that you would get to a point where you are much more mindful of your breathing all the time. And again, not in a belabored way, not in actually in an intense shamatha way, where I'm like aware of the breathing, but what it is I'm aware of the interconnectedness of all of this, that this mind, this very state of mind I'm in, is arising from the anatomical state at this moment. What I had for lunch, what I've been doing all day, exactly, all of that are causing this mind in that way. And if you do this practice, this cultivation, and not just this one, but Buddhism, if you do this practice, it cultivates a new mind, a new state of mind in that way. Arguably, it's the original state of mind unobscured in that way. And at that point, going kind of back to your original comment, it's locked in and permanent, but because of like having gotten rid of certain things that were causing it in the first place, certain modes of discrimination primarily, or certain modes of discrimination and appropriation, all these different things are habits that we are in. But in Buddhism, those habits can be, geez Louise, I didn't even mention this. Speaking of which, I guess now's the time. So, all right, so I have a dilemma, Noam. It's 3:30.
A little longer.
Well,
We have a class at 5, so we have to really.
yeah, and
wrap
I'm
up
worried.
at 4:30.
Would anybody feel gypped if we didn't do a final meditation? Like if we talked for the remainder of the time? Would everybody be okay with that? All right, we got a few thumbs up there, because there seems to be some interest in these ideas. And like I said before, we were just peeking over the fence at purification anyway. So if we don't get all the way to it, I felt really good about that last sit, by the way, as far as moving through the gates. So I feel like my job of introducing the gates has been done, because I wasn't trying to bring us all to enlightenment today. It would have been nice. It would have been nice. But, so everybody's okay with? Yeah. All right, so.
But what were you just saying, Noam, that we have until 4:30?
Well, 4:30 is when we need to be out of here.
Well, that's the other thing, is I don't anticipate at 4 being like, bye, everybody.
Right.
So it would be a tricky to cram in answers to these questions, a very important thing I didn't tell you guys about at all. And then another, yeah, that's a lot. So, okay. So the thing I didn't tell you at the beginning, which I'm glad I can tell you now, it kind of is related to Maureen's question or her kind of line of inquiry regarding a kind of permanent ending of these things. So the permanent ending of these things, anybody got a fancy Sanskrit word for me for the permanent ending of these things? Close, close. Nirodha. Yeah, nirvana and nirodha are very, very, very similar. Nirodha is the key word that we're looking for. So nirodha is cessation, right? But what everybody in the room needs to know, or remember, I would say, because you already know it, the cessation, nirodha, is the third of the Four Noble Truths. So the Four Noble Truths are about suffering, what's causing suffering, the fact that that suffering can be nirodhad, can be ended, that's number 3. And then there's a path that leads to that ending of the suffering, right? So this is I'm actually glad I didn't tell you this at the beginning. You would have freaked out and left. No. So the whole point of, or not the whole point, but an important thing to understand about the 6 gates is that within the Buddhist tradition, and I believe this is Hinayana, Mahayana, I don't think this is divided in the schools in that way. In terms of the 4 Noble Truths that I just ran through real quick, each of the 4 Noble Truths can be contemplated and thought about in 4 different ways, which means in total, there are 16 practice aspects to the 4 Noble Truths. So like if you were really going to invest some time in thinking and contemplating the 4 Noble Truths, there would be 16 ways that you would do it. In terms of that structure of the 16 aspects of the 4 Noble Truths, we're jumping to the third noble truth. And of the 4 aspects of the third noble truth of Nirodha, I believe it's the third, but don't quote me on that. But one of those 4 aspects of Nirodha is that it's sublime. And the reason why I tell you that is because these are the 6 Dharma gateways to the sublime, which is Zhiyi's code language for the 6 Dharma gateways to Nirodha. So Buddhism's tricky that way. It's like a very internal language that you have to be hip to. So these are the 6 Dharma gates to Nirodha, which is why, Maureen, to your question, I answered definitively that no, the goal of this or the result of this practice is the cutting off and ending of bad habits. Nirodha.
So when you're in purification, it's going to go faster than just your daily practice. Like when you go on retreat, you feel a substantial gain.
Sure.
And you don't always get in daily practice. Or it just feels more incremental and slow.
Yep. Well, this is why I kind of, the answer is a little simpler than I thought, because I kind of keep coming back to that the end of this is enlightenment, so there's no more development.
Yeah.
If you see what I mean.
Buddha.
You're Buddha. And it's not like Buddha like keeps trying to become a Buddha.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess what I'm getting at is that in a certain sense, I suppose you could say you fake it till you make it in that purification stage, sure, in that way. But once it's been totally realized and Nirodha has been achieved, now we just move into basic Buddhist understanding. Like we're outside of Zhiyi and it's just like, well, what does Nirodha mean? Nirodha means that the bad habits have been ended, you know? Now, Tanya had mentioned nirvana versus Nirodha, and technically in the world of Buddhism, Nirodha is temporary, like while you're in it. And nirvana is the word for when it's locked in forever permanently and it's totally blown out in that way. So I guess there is a slight distinction to be made there. But in that way, again, it's about, just to reiterate and to be very clear about it, this is about moving from that discriminating, judgy mind. And Buddhism is about realizing that the discriminatory, judgy mind is causing all the suffering and the anxiety. But hear me out on this, because this is deep. This is probably the deepest thing I'm going to say all day. We think, though, that the noises outside are the kind of the problem, right? Like they're causing the distraction. Not me discriminating, no way. Not me with the things I like and don't like, no way. It couldn't be me. It must be that loud car that's causing the problem. And the problem with that way of thinking is that if you really think the loud car is what's causing your stress and anxiety, then you have an insurmountable hill of cars to get rid of for you to eventually find peace. It will never happen. But if you can, in a way, control your own discriminating wantings and cravings, that's called freedom, liberation, moksha, sovereignty, like that idea. And it's such a subtle difference. And it's deep, though, because it's this really deep idea of like, that's making me, that's annoying me. Go away, go away, like to that thing. And Buddhism is like, the problem's in the way that you're thinking in that way. But you see how if you don't take a moment to reflect on that, you will forever think the problems are external. So, Tanya.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. We're a chatty bunch. So yeah, and again, just like I was just thinking about like what you were saying earlier, that like emptiness, you know, you get this equanimity from it because you can see that everything's empty. All these dharmas are empty and they're essentially equivalent. And so that's like, that I got this sense of equanimity during this last sit from that.
Mm-hmm.
So, so instead of I totally hear what you said, we're pointing outside as that's the problem and blah, blah, blah. But then we don't want to bludgeon ourselves and go, I got to stop doing that,
It's more subtle than that.
Yeah, because that's just more
Can create more
pain.
problems.
Yeah, so for those of us who are prone to that, it's a really important thing to think about. So, yeah. Anyway, should I just? No.
And by the way, because Tanya's mentioned equanimity a few times, and that was definitely, especially the way this is worded, very much that's the goal is of arriving at. And I want to make this really clear again. I said it once already, but I want to reiterate. When we talk about equanimity in Buddhism and that idea of all dharmas being on this level playing field because they're all like words, I want to reiterate that doesn't mean that they're all the same. No, quite the opposite. We understand that they're all different. And that's actually what makes them equal in that way.
Say more about that?
They're all different.
They definitely are.
Right, and so they're all different. How they're different.
It's not about making everything a gray goo.
That's what I'm getting at.
Michael Tapp says, it's not gray goo.
Right, but this is what I mean is that the gray goo is I feel like, and Michael Taft is correct, that it's a misunderstanding of equanimity where everything is collapsed into some whatever, gray goo, or just, it's oneness or whatever. And it's like, no, we're not actually, we want to understand that up is not down. Like up is up and down is down. They're two totally different things, but is up better than down? Is it cooler? Is it prettier? That's where so there's difference without what I would call the hierarchy.
Without liking it or disliking it.
Exactly, and that's where so much of Buddhism is exploring this, what you call liking. And why do we like things? Why don't we like things? Really looking at that and actually not shying away from our likes and dislikes. But I don't mean giving in to our likes and dislikes. I mean looking at our likes and dislikes and wondering, why do I like that? Noticing, and this is all, by the way, basic mindfulness stuff, but that I don't mind at all going through. But it's really about noticing, first of all, whatever it might be. It's hard because I'm surrounded by utter joy everywhere. So I'm like, how could I find something that's annoying me? It's impossible. But, well, then whatever. So I love TE, right? So it's this idea of asking, well, why do I like it? But the first thing to notice is that I do like it. Meaning that there's this, I'll do it right now. There's this sense of liking. It's sugary, sweet, right? And then there's the contrast of that is that if I drink something and I don't like it, right? So first off, there's like, dislike. And normally, if we are being turned around by dharmas, it's go for the one I like. And there's not a moment of thought about why don't I like that one? Why do I want that one? There is just the instant spitting that one out and grabbing this one. So the first thing we want to notice is that there are these qualities of attraction and aversion, right? Like, dislike, pleasant, unpleasant, all this Buddhist language. And then if we are able to move past the immediate spitting out and the immediate grabbing, if we can put that on pause for a moment, we could then do a little bit of contemplation by asking, why? What is it about that that I don't like? What is it about that that I do like? And if I were really good, I could be like, this one's sweeter and this one's more bitter. Why do I like sweet and not bitter? Let's go down the analysis rabbit hole of, because this is all anatomical then at that point. I got taste buds and the taste buds are responding to sugars, not bitters or whatever. But what's going on with that? And I guarantee you, if you spent enough time looking at your mind, you'd go back and find that childhood memory of that first little sweet thing that you were given that was associated with security or joy or happiness. And every time we're trying to get back there. And the point is that we want to be aware of ourselves at that level of why we're doing the things that we're doing. once again, there's either being turned around by dharmas and just like knee-jerk reactions, going to this and that, or there's actually mindful awareness. Now, I'm not saying that that means drink the bitter and not the sweet, not at all. But it is about understanding what's going on there so that if you are ever given the bitter cup and it's the only thing to drink, you're not sitting there in a world of anguish because you need the sweet one, right? And then ultimately we would develop a very flexible mind. This has been sort of what excited me about Buddhism in that way, early when I was young. It's actually about the ability to then find the joy in the bitter. And I'm not trying to make this about finding the good in the bad. I don't mean it like some things are just bad and they just need to be done away with. Violence, lying, all of those things are just totally bad. But other things that are like bitter, it's about realizing that a lot of people like bitter stuff. A lot of people don't like sweet stuff. They spit out the sweet. And when we realize that, oh, other people like them, what is there to enjoy in that cup? What is there to enjoy there? And it's a much more of a kind of a, I would kind of say a mature mind in that way that could then put aside what they would want and crave and actually be able to explore what they initially wouldn't like in that way. But again, I'm not trying to make this a blanket thing about that. It's about, the initial thing was about what we like. Yeah, so that was a long-winded answer for something, but.
I had when we were talking about Nirodha, we were talking about that release, in the Four Noble Truths, each of the Noble Truths has something that we're called upon to do with that. With the suffering, we're called upon to understand it. With craving and clinging, we're called upon to relinquish them. And with cessation of suffering, we're called upon to realize it. And I mean, even to cherish it, not in a clinging way, but to realize it. For me, it's when I have those moments of cessation of suffering, a toothache goes away, or a heartache goes away, or some other painful situation goes away, and that sort of impermanent Nirodha, because like you said, we can experience that sort of cessation, but then it comes back again, and cessation in that sense doesn't last forever, but the realization of it is so important because I can experience cessation without even knowing it sometimes. And that's kind of tragic to me. That I would miss, that I at times I miss the opportunity to fully experience and realize Nirodha, that cessation of suffering. And that sort of talks about what you were talking about, this sense in a Buddhist state of mind of always being free of suffering, always being in this flow state of purification. And it's so important what you were saying before, that there's not that is not something that we have to attain or do. It's something that is already in our.
It's already the case.
It's already the case, and we just need to experience that and realize that in those periods of Nirodha. And when I do, I remember those experiences, and I'm like, oh, and I take a lot of comfort from that in the painful, dark corners of my exist and said, okay, this too shall pass, and this other thing is still going on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh. Behind you.
Thank you, Michael. Lovely, lovely. Well, several things earlier on, because there was a terminology that was funny that I have to reflect upon and turn it, because you said fake it till you make it, which really made me giggle, because there's nothing to fake. You know?
Yes.
Absolutely nothing. And the idea of when, it's now. There's never anything else but now. This is the realization that I got from the teachings of Siddhartha, that he put his finger, who are you, said his consciousness, his thoughts, his mind. Who are you to challenge me in this world of life and death and rebirth? And I interpret that as consciousness, a type of consciousness. And he didn't respond. He put his finger on the ground here and now. So it's never, I understand, there it is, and now it's gone. The lovely, the 49 verses of the sutra, the 49 verses of the sayings of the Buddha. What is a lifespan? Oh, says a single day. No, you don't understand. A single meal. And the Buddha says, no, you don't understand the way. And he says to the youngest, loveliest person, what is a lifespan? And without hesitation, she says, a lifespan is but a single breath. So am I trying to get to the single breath? Mindful of the single moment. Practice, practice, practice. How do you get to the single breath? And as if I'm in charge of my own goddamn breath, try to stop breathing. I can't.
Yeah.
And when those troubles arise in my mind, or in my sensations and perceptions and these aggregates and the sense organs, I just take a deep breath, and all of a sudden my finger goes to the ground, to emptiness and everything. I just not fake it to make it. Thank you.
It's a phrase.
I love it. Thank you.
Brandon?
I felt like I missed like an hour making tea. So we're not meditating, cool. The Sublime piece.
Yeah.
Did I miss that or?
A little bit, maybe. It's complicated, but
How many-
Sublime
it was
is
5 minutes.
Sublime is a key. It's like it's a code word for Nirodha, for the cessation of suffering. So this is actually the Six Dharma Gates to Nirodha, but Nirodha is sublime. That is the idea.
I mean, I'm gonna light on the comments, but yeah, when you were talking about, I want this, I don't want that, and then bringing in some curiosity and sort of like, Vipassana, like what am I not liking?
And why?
Different buzzing, whatever.
Yep.
I was thinking like, right now it feels more like, like I want this, but I want like that a little bit better. It's like, I find myself more, like kind of like wanting to refine the badness or the goodness to my liking versus like just not liking, like, but yeah, that's it, I think.
Thanks. My pleasure. So a lot of these comments are reminding me of something. I don't say many things. I mean, I quote things a lot, but I personally don't say a lot of things. But something I do say every now and then, that was a thought that came to me a long time ago. It was about that Buddhas don't meditate to get enlightened. They meditate because they are enlightened. And what I mean by that, or my thinking on that, is if you really kind of contemplate an equanimous mind, a non-discriminating mind that has in a way put down such harsh likes and dislikes and needs and wants and cravings in that way, while many of us, myself included, of course, are sort of out pursuing things, right? And what would it be like actually to not pursue things and not be grasping and clinging? And so my vision of it is that as a Buddha or Siddhartha, whoever, as one sort of relinquishes attachment to stuff, attachment to self, attachment to opinions and ideas, the more all of that starts to happen, this starts to make a lot more sense. Like, yeah, like I'll do this because I don't want to be doing all that and that. I want to be doing this. And then you're like, ooh, there's more. Oh, and the idea here is it's not, I'm not trying to get enlightened here. It's the idea is I'm doing this because I'm enlightened. And I'm not saying me, Michael, but I mean, the enlightened mind says, oh, all of that's causing more problems. So the move, this is the move. And I'm doing it again, not to get enlightened, because I'm enlightened. So,
And not to escape either.
not at all, not at all. Just as, say again?
It's like the best time of the day, right?
Exactly. And that's what I'm always trying to encourage everybody. And I didn't say it today. I have so many things that I didn't say today, but because you were already doing it. I could tell everybody was already doing this, actually. Maybe I'm wrong, but I often like to encourage groups that I meditate with. I often like to say, you know, that you've given yourself this time. You've already decided to turn the phone off. You've already decided not to respond to those emails today, so enjoy it. Yeah. Allow this day to be comfortable. And so rather than looking at a retreat as like a chore, for me, it's like, wait, I get to spend the whole day off my phone. I get to spend the whole day not worrying about all that stuff. Great. In fact, even I think it was the last sit, I was like, oh no. I was like, I gotta drive home. I was like, can't I just stay here with these people meditating? That would be delightful. So I'm always trying to encourage that, a much more of that kind of wanting to meditate, of a real enjoyment of it, and not thinking that the joy is after the meditation. Like, oh, I'm gonna meditate for months and months and months, and then I'm gonna have this really nice day because of all of my work. No, it's the meditating that's nice. So that's my 2 bits. Robert?
No, I think you'd already answered it, but backtracking a little bit, I'm inverting, like the loud car is making me suffer, and I'm pulling on a thread that you said like years ago, like if you're lost in the woods, but you don't need to be anywhere, then you're not lost. That seemed like the inverse of
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
That's one of my favorite quotes. Quotes from a sutra, though. I don't quote it.
Can you quote it again?
It's that, so the story is about a guy who got lost in the woods, and he doesn't have a compass, so he doesn't know north, south, east from west. It's a cloudless night, or a clouded night, so he doesn't have the star or the moon. So he doesn't know where he is. He's completely lost. The Buddha says, the moment he doesn't care where he's going, he's no longer lost. And the beauty of that is, and Robert's right that I use that example a lot to say that there are 2 ways of getting unlost. One way of getting unlost is to have somebody say, oh, that way's north. And then it's like, oh, thank you. Now I know which way north is. But I now know which way is north, but it was dependent upon somebody to learn that. Versus me deciding I don't care where I'm going is not dependent upon anything or anybody. In fact, it's the exact opposite of dependence. And I'm glad you brought this up, Robert, because of the stuff about dependence.
To me, it was like the inverse of the loud car. I'll be happy with the loud car, but I don't care where I'm going.
Exactly.
Like,
Be as loud as you want. Crank it up or not.
Crank it to 11.
Yeah, that's the attitude, is this kind of, and for me personally, by the way, this is very personal, but my experience of cultivation has been about developing a very, like just this deep sense of like wonder and curiosity about the world. I marvel at those noises. I utterly marvel at them. They're like it's not annoying. It's not exciting either, but it's just like a marvel that anything is happening at all. Exactly.
There's a question online
Oh, yeah.
Okay, bear with me. It's 1 a.m. in Sweden, so I'm so what we have experienced tonight or today is a gradual, what Zhiyi calls gradual. But did he also teach the sudden variant of this?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that.
Sorry.
No, I mean, we have time. It's an excellent question. Ah, the old sudden and gradual thing. So I do want to share with everybody something. I didn't do it. I belabored how to condense this beautiful text and this beautiful practice into a day-long retreat. Not super easy to do, but so there's something about the Six Dharma Gates that I think many of you will find interesting that I didn't mention that I wanted to. And the question about sudden and gradual brings it up. So starting with the gate of contemplation, so the fourth gate. So he says, yeah, the first three gates, as I said, the first three gates, everybody uses the first three gates. But these next three gates, starting with contemplation and then turning, those are exclusively bodhisattva level, he says. Now, I kind of changed this by saying there was two different ways of doing contemplation. You could do a kind of Hinayana contemplation on impermanence, or you do a Mahayana contemplation on emptiness. And I usually teach that way, that those are sort of your two tracks of Vipassana in that way. Zhiyi, though, is a full-on Mahayana bodhisattva path, and so he's not messing around with the Hinayana at all. So he actually says that beginning with the fourth gate of contemplation, he says that this practice is exclusively a bodhisattva practice because one begins with the enlightened understanding. And this is what is very similar. Many of you might know that it's similar to Dzogchen, that kind of Tibetan Vajrayana path, where it's like, what's all of this messing around with entertaining ideas that we are deluded beings, only to come to this enlightened understanding of emptiness, that there are no beings to be deluded anyways. Why don't we just start with the truth? And so Zhiyi is that kind of Buddhist that actually says, we're starting with the reality here, which is that this is all empty and you're an enlightened Buddha. Now let's kind of work backwards from there. So that being the case, there is I would say that there's a window of opportunity of sudden enlightenment in the six gates that he doesn't rule out the possibility, but it all is resting on this kind of basic understanding that it is already the case that, well, you have to understand too, the Mahayana understanding is that it's already the case that you're a Buddha, that you're enlightened, that it is all enlightened, all of that's already the case because everything actually already is empty. And what is interesting about that is that, and let me just put it to you as simply as I've figured out how, there's no difference between the emptiness of the Buddha and the emptiness of Jimmy. How could there be the Buddha's emptiness is cooler and Jimmy's empty, but not as coolly empty as, no. What the Buddha realizes is emptiness, and therefore Buddha is empty, and that's true of Jimmy, and so the connective tissue there, empty is empty, and that's how there is already enlightenment. That is how there already is Buddhahood already, because emptiness is the case. Insofar as we're not seeing that or acting as if it's the case, that explains delusion, ignorance, suffering, and all of that as being the appearances of delusion, ignorance, and suffering, but without it actually being the case that anybody is deluded. Best answer I got for sudden, gradual injury is anti-Buddhism. Yeah.
Isn't it the case that most of that, well, not most of it, but people can get, you can get little glimpses. You can get glimpses of enlightenment, but it just doesn't stick. And then
Yes.
some people, it's like bam, like lightning and sticks.
Yeah. And, for me, some of you have heard me say this, but the sudden gradual conversation for me is a little bit like the how many angels can dance on the head of a pin in the Catholic tradition, where it's this very interesting question. Not that the angels dancing on a pin is interesting, but it's like an interesting question. But besides giving you like an inspiring answer that you're already Buddhas and already awakened, I don't really see the value in the debate around sudden and gradual. If like, again, I get it, it's interesting up to a certain point, but for a bunch of like regular practitioners, we're on the gradual path. Awesome. On the dot. On the dot. The bells are ringing for everybody. The church bells are ringing. So the time is up.
Doves are flying.
All right then, everybody.